Greetings, everybody. My name is Coin. Welcome back to another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Hopefully you guys are doing well today, in body and mind, and I hope you guys enjoy your stay. Before we get started and before I read any messages, I just have I have the usual pre-stream readout, or the start of stream readout that I do for our patrons and subscribers. The other thing I want to do, and I want to say that first because the iron is hot, is that I have just activated 10 hours of the Twitch subscriber gift special. So for the next 10 hours today, and that'll be basically during the stream and 6 hours after, gift subs in allotments of 5 or more are 35% off. So if you were thinking of gifting some people some subs today, please, on Twitch, please consider doing that. It's certainly not cheap, but I will definitely appreciate the gift. And that's 5 people that get to enjoy emotes. That's 5 people that don't have to worry about ads, even though we structure them in a way that's not annoying. And so on. Just consider giving 5 people a gift today. And then as far as our stream appreciation readout, I'd like to thank Mr. Rowan Darcy for being a Twitch Prime Gaming aid tier subscriber. Please enjoy the benefits that come along with that package. We don't have any patrons, and we don't have any one-off contributors during this month's cycle, but I would like to give continued thanks to Mr. Raspy for his Valkyrie tier membership over on Coffee. Please enjoy all the benefits that come along with such a package, and I am working on releasing the next video. Promise. If you guys would like your names on these placards, chucking some change at me is required. $1 a month through Patreon or Coffee is the cheapest way, but any one-off contribution that's at least $1 or more. I believe Coffee is set to $2. I don't know if what other sites are set to. And or, the more expensive but more rewarding thing is chucking $6 at me through a Twitch Tier 1 membership. Or I guess there's Prime Gaming, but you're already giving Amazon $120 if you're doing that. Or just above $100. Anyway, let's play the camera minigame, and I'll greet our lovely audience for today. Greetings, Mr. Shiny. Good to see you, good sir. Sorry for not reading those earlier. I was trying to get all the important, start of stream stuff done. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind. Hope you enjoy your stay. Let me read these, and let's also double check YouTube. Mr. Shiny says, the beauty of wintertime shift is that you can enjoy Mr. Coin's stream 1 hour earlier. Aw, thank you. The less beautiful part is that after half a year, everything goes back to normal. Well, enjoy the winter while you have it, right? Mr. Shiny says, I personally believe my country should always stay in GMT +1. Only small Eastern time is in GMT +2. And GMT is 6 hours ahead of me, so yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Well, hey, I'm gonna try to make your extra hour worth the while, Mr. Shiny. Assuming that my voice is coming in properly and everything. Let me just double check the audio track. Okay, it's on the correct track. We should be good to go then. Just gonna... if you've ever had technology issues, you learn to be less trusting of your technology over time. Mr. Jason says you were on earlier than anticipated, Mr. Coin. Greetings. Yes, unfortunately, lateness has become a synonymous feature of the channel, and I'm working to abolish that little bit by little bit. Hopefully you're doing well, Mr. Jason, in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. All right, let's do the recap. Before we do that, I gotta tell you things I did off screen. So I went through and mapped out a lot of the surface. I killed a lot of stuff, but did not collect any chests. Those have been marked with stars, along with spots where either a Phantom Ganon sighting is expected to be, or, you know, where I know one will be. And I mapped a lot. Also, we found a shrine. I can't even believe that I missed a shrine, but I did in fact miss a shrine. So we are gonna do that probably after we're done mapping out the mountains. We have lost a litany of different weapons. We have 5 open slots, perfect for grabbing gnarled sticks and such. I did fuse some new weapons, but they are definitely outshined by just the amount of stuff we've lost. I also picked up some more metal bows and stuff. I'm trying to think if there's anything actually important I need to disseminate here. I did, like, have to sell a round of gemstones in order to get our arrows back in tip-top shape. So I went out. That was part of the reason I went and did all that mapping, is to get some income, and replenish those that gemstone count. We're gonna need it. And thus we have parked out here in front of the in front of the well to continue where we left off. Mr. Jason says, I'm doing rather well, thank you, good sir. I just enjoyed a fun battle with Lady Jacinth. I'm pretty sure is how you say that. Today? Good. You spoke at me at length about that yesterday while I was in the midst of doing a lot of Hero Lab software scripting. There was just I was trying to get a lot done, and I vanished like after dinner after a while to like fully complete that. But the Hero Lab scripting is done, and now I don't have to worry about that for a little while, because I don't intend to get that creative again for a while. How about myself, Mr. Coin? I am doing fine. I probably want to get a drink real soon, but, you know, that can happen after we've had a fun time. Mr. Jason says, Lady Jacinth was gave you 30 luxury balls. Yeah, nice. Expected, but nice. That was rather nice of her. And all, but as part of the Colosian elite myself, I could purchase 820 of them anyway. Yeah, I mean, you can probably grind up to the maximum number of them just off fights with Lady Jacinth. I really think, I am just flabbergasted at the amount of money that is required to do anything in that game. I'm truly blown away by it. You mean, Mr. Coin, you are her equal in rank and honor? Yeah, you ground up there to get that, right? Oh, recap. Last time, we mapped out a good chunk of the caves on Death Mountain, but we weren't done. We very nearly forgot to go to the Scorching Coliseum. We did that, defeated the enemies, and got the prize that was waiting for us, which really wasn't much, if I recall correctly. It was just kind of it's nice to have, but not necessary. Today we're going to finish up with all the caves on Death Mountain, and then we're going to move to the depths, grab the light roots, and then, based on the results of our poll that we did earlier, we're going to head over to Farron. Yeah, we had a vote recently, and we as a community decided on heading to Farron next. I'm gonna do the same thing a couple more times where as we're going through a region, you know, I'll put up a poll. I'll set one up after today and it'll be due in roughly 3 days. And you guys can vote on the same options, just now split between 3 of them as opposed to 4 of them. And we'll see what happens from there. Let's see. Mr. Jason says, Lady Jacinth runs the SBC's HQ as your founder. Yeah, you did tell me about that. But you've taken it upon yourself to be the general president and spread the SBC even further than Kaloa. And Mr. Jason says, yes, unlike the TCC, you have a boss. Yes, but the boss is like a video game character, right? So because the boss is a video game character, Kalos, not Kaloa. Yeah. Like, yes, she's like a figurehead. I wouldn't necessarily call her a boss. She's like the figurehead. Yes, she's at the top. Yes, she's technically in charge, but you're the one doing the wet work of the Discord and everything, right? It's not a mistake. It's just how I think about it. You frame it whatever way you want. Your Discord server, right? Okay. So, yeah, I already did the recap and everything. We're good to go. In we go into the well. Oh, you meant the mistake on Kalos. Fair enough. No worries. We all tend to have spelling gaffes in here from time to time. I have just as many speaking gaffes as you might have spelling gaffes. So definitely no worries there. I'll have to think about when I want to grab we'll need to think about when we want to go take the tour. When we want to take the tour of defeating all the Phantom Ganons. Now, I have been defeating other things off camera, but I want to leave the Phantom Ganons, you know, in so that we can see them together. I might ask everyone's opinion about that too. We'll see. I'll just yoink that out and pull that up here quickly before it falls. I see. A royal shield, huh? I guess we're doing a double shield. Really? There we go. Mr. Jason says, as you know, Mr. Coin, I have grand ambitions. Of course. I'm pretty sure that even Lady Jacinth would be proud of what I'm aiming to do if she were able to do so. I'm sure of it. She's a corporate executive, right? Hold on, I'm feeling an audio. Nope, okay. That was just muffling on my end. All right. 2 more wells, and then we can mark off some more to do. If you guys want to follow along with where we're going, and, you know, you want details, all the sweet deets, feel free to type in ! TOTK MAP. For you guys on YouTube, it'll be * TOTK MAP. I'll just go ahead and demonstrate that for the YouTube peeps, because that has not... The bot has not had a chance to make its rounds yet. There we go. All right. Now that I've got that demonstration out of the way. And of course, any and all of my commands are available. I'm headed in the complete wrong direction. Any and all of the commands that are publicly accessible are available on my Discord server. And they're in the content, it's in the content category. There's like a whole basically like 1-page sheet worth of commands. Everything's been spelled out through those. Hello. There's like a campfire. Oh, there's like quite a bit of a campfire here. All right. Oh, I wasn't expecting a follow-up to you two. I'd really thought we found it too. Who knows how long it would take to open all of those one by one. My arms are tired just thinking about it. In every single chest we open, it's like we find the same thing, a green rupee. It's like they're messing with us. Mr. Jason says, I have, as you know, taken the Z to A Royale and the SBC and made a mixture of the best of both worlds. Too true. Mr. Jason then goes on to say, in Pokemon Legends Z to A, Mr. Coin, Lady Jacinth has someone named Lebana? Might be Lebana. This is where Game Freak actually having voice acting would make all these names suddenly make a lot more sense. And I would know how to say them. Who was originally an incredibly tough Pokemon Dragon type trainer. They went around seeking the thrill of battle, and they ended up being Lady Jacinth's maid after losing a battle. Jamie 2, while not serving me, is essentially our Lebana, Mr. Coin. I see. Although I second in command, right? Mr. Shiny says if I were partaking in the project, you'd become a steel type specialist. Oh, that's interesting. If I were to be involved, I've got too many other things I'm trying to do to be involved. But if I could be involved, Steel's one of them, Psychic is the second one, and Ice is like the third one. And I don't know if I'd necessarily be a specialist. Although if I had to lock it down, yeah, I'd probably be a specialist. But if I could mix and match any of those three types, I would do that with other types for coverage as necessary. Here's a lovely question, just food for thought, a nice little thought experiment. For those of you familiar with Pokemon, and its 18 types, with the 18th being Fairy, of course. If you guys had to pick a monotype team to use, monotype meaning a single type across your entire team, what type would you use and why? I'm a little bit picky, but also at the same time, I can't quite make up my mind between Psychic, Steel, or Ice. Ground is also a pretty decent one. Same with Electric, now that I think about it. Any monotype with good type coverage and few weaknesses is kind of what I'm looking for. What's the matter, Domadak? Shh, person, hush up. You again. You're the guy from before. Don't you have anything better to do than eavesdrop on us? Dude, I literally found you and your brother sitting by the wall, and you literally said out loud that you're moping about green rupees. What's your deal? Wait, don't tell me. You came to this cave to find Misko's treasure too. But Prissa, don't just say that. Shh. I mentioned Misko's treasure, didn't I? Sorry, Dak. Tell me about it. Don't get any bright ideas. If you're planning on swooping in and snagging it, think again. Don't worry, Dak. With all those treasure chests in there, there's no way he'll ever find Misko's treasure. We've got nothing to worry about. Mr. Shiny says I've always been a big steel-type enthusiast. Okay, we have that in common. With Electric being second. Oh, that's interesting. And Ghost sounds interesting as well. You have 3 types then. Yeah, funnily enough, even though I do like electricity and storms and stuff as flavoring and theming in RPGs in general. Pokemon is the one game where I probably don't care about it. And that's mostly because I find the other Pokemon and the other types just more interesting. There's only so much you can do with, you know, a battery or a volt cell. The Pokemon doesn't mean the electric Pokemon designs aren't cute or anything. Just, I don't know. I feel like you can't play around that much with the electric Pokemon. They either have some way to store like electricity somewhere. They generate it in their cheeks. There are quite a few rodent Pokemon with the electric subtype. Or, you know, in like the rare case, they're like an actual electrode, and they can explode. There, I've basically summed up the various kinds. They either have antennae, they are an electric battery, or they generate it in their cheeks or their tail or somewhere. You've got a point. Yeah, okay, listen up, you. You've got our permission to go in that cave. Thanks, I didn't need it, but whatever. Thanks, don't care, didn't ask. Touch grass. Take ratio. Domidak and Prison right here, everybody. Mr. Shiny says, with electric not necessarily being a monotype, rather than that, I would prefer to have it as a theme. For example, a team built around electric terrain. Yeah, there's like a team, they're like comps to take advantage of various terrains, right? That's like a really common thing in fan games and ROM hacks or ROM mods, excuse me. In the Pokemon fandom, like having terrain and effects for that terrain are like one of the more infamous gimmicks that are employed by the fan games and ROM mod authors. If seasoned treasure hunters like us couldn't find it, you're not about to fare any better. Not unless you've got a nose like a dog's and can sniff out the treasure. That's it, Dak. Let's give a dog some food or something to get it to like us, and then it'll lead us to treasure. I was being sarcastic, Prison. Sorry, Dak. I don't know, that's probably not a halfway decent idea. You found treasure hunting brothers Domidak and Prison perplexed in front of a cave. It seems they came seeking Misko's treasure, but found more than they bargained for. The cave has so many treasure chests, that they don't know which one holds the treasure they seek. Now, they literally, I love how they have this dog literally right there. So we're gonna try to do it in the intended way. Mr. Jason says, looking for other trainers. I mean, I don't know if they have Z to A, but you know, that's for Shiny to like say. All right, we're gonna. So you can feed dogs in this game, just like you can feed horses in this game. How exactly are we going to win them over? Easy. We're gonna give them a. We're gonna give them a nice meat snack. Wait, is that all it took? Was just that one? Please tell me you're gonna sit and munch on it. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, here's a small snippet about the backstory of Lebanon. Despite her, it might be Leban. I don't know. Like there's that is a hard name to say. Despite her true personality being that of a wild battler, Lebanon, oh my god, I'm gonna hate myself. Oh, every time I say this name, was forced to maintain a subdued facade after losing to Jacinth in battle. And then Mr. Shiny confirms my suspicions and says, you know, you don't have a Z to A. Yeah, fair, valid. You'd have to purchase a copy for your trusty Switch OLED. Mr. Jason then says, one is making a lot of mistakes today, it seems. Okay. You know what? I'm not confident. I'm gonna feed it a second one. Come on. Eat the meat. But, yeah. You feed them up all nice and pretty, and then you bring them into the cave, and they're willing to... They'll actually go sniff treasure for you. It's actually really cool. Please tell me this is a normal size cave. Do I have to... Hold on. Come back. Oh, am I gonna have to feed it lots of meat? Is that what's gonna happen here? I think it takes a bit of feeding that meat to the shepherds to meet that shepherd's standards. I have already logged, Friday's J&P. I still have yet to make a decision on this. Nobody has actually said anything in the Discord channel where I put out that question. I know people said stuff in here, and that's totally fine. I'm not going to ask people spit out a spiel the second time or anything, but maybe it needs like more meat. I don't know. I'm trying to figure. I actually have not interfaced with this mechanic too much. I could not tell you how much is required to get it to follow me. Yeah, I'm not gonna make anyone say anything twice. But for those of you that maybe you're gonna come follow me, am I gonna have to lead you with meat the whole time? Yeah, I think that's exactly what I'm gonna have to do. Okay, in this case, I want to, like, lead it on. I know that loyalty is based on, like, a 100-point system. Maybe I have to walk. The consequences of trying to figure things out on the fly is... Are you serious? Alright. I know Priscilla was being sarcastic, but I actually don't even think that's strict. What we need to do doesn't involve that dog. I think that's a red herring. Or a red flamignon.
Sure, Jan.
Maybe if I said Red Bull, that would have been funnier now that I think on it. See, the jokes come to me after I've said the bad one first. I'm not gonna re-deliver it. Re-deliver a joke just to make it a slight bit better. That's, no, I'm not gonna do that. That's silly. Oh, hello, fireproof lizard. Yes, I will take you. Thank you very much. This is a green rupee, right? Yep, sure is. And I'm willing to bet we either need to find the right one right away, or... Oh my god, that is so many treasure chests. Okay. Alright, maybe they're right, but I have no idea how to get the dog to even come in here, is the thing. I know I need to, use meat, but it doesn't want to enter this cave. For whatever strange reason. Maybe it was the bubble frog. I'm gonna go back out and try the dog one more time. just to make sure. And I ran. Yeah, I'm gonna do that just to make sure. You gonna follow me, buddy? No, of course not. Mr. Jason, or Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, they've joined the SBC. Nice. And now we have Shiny and your other friend, Shiny Luxury. So Shiny and Shiny. Nice. Okay. I need to let's feed you 5 of these. Let's see what happens. Mr. Shiny says the dog should track the treasure by itself with enough meat fed to it. So, Mr. Shiny, since you're a bit more practiced at this than me, is it one of those, I know that the animals... Oh, am I following the dog, or are you trying to eat, buddy? You're trying to eat. Okay, so we need to max its loyalty, is what I'm understanding about that. Sorry. You gonna... All right, we've fed it enough meat, ladies and gentlemen, and non-binary people. Now we're gonna go find this treasure. Thank you for that assistance, Mr. Shiny. I was gonna sincerely pull all of the treasure chests in that room if I couldn't get this to work. Right, let me see. This is at someone, so I'm gonna read it and see if there's something in here. Yeah. Yeah, that is absolutely correct, Mr. Jason. There is a monetary requirement in the bank, for being a consistent member of the SBC. Though I guess that begs the question: do people have to get that money and then join, or can people join and then get the money before they go anywhere with any significant ranks? I just want to make sure I understand the rules correctly. Okay, you found it right there. This is it right here. The Ember Trousers. Used in ancient rituals, this item is made of heat-absorbing cloth that produces flame in high-temperature environments. Huh? Whoa, hey, what'd you do? Yeah, I did what you said. You said lead a dog and it'll sniff for treasure. No way! There are like 1 million chests in here. How did you do that? Okay, yeah, we tailed you, I admit, but we never thought you'd actually find it. We've been hunting treasure long enough to know the rules. Finders keepers. We're not going to try and take it from you. Oh, isn't that cordially polite? Yeah, no matter how cool it is. So jealous. Any treasure left in there? You know what? I'm going to look for myself. Out of the way. Nope. Treasure? You in there? Aha. Oh, you found something. Oh, darn. It's just a regular old bottle. Oh. I don't think we'll find anything else around here. Come on, Prisson. Let's go find ourselves another cave. You got it, Dak. Fun fact. I'm getting ready to DM for my play group again. And one of the long-standing characters for my Pathfinder First Edition campaign is an orc. Tribal chieftain named Dak, an actual real bona fide orc, not a half orc, or let me use the correct term, a dromar. He's not a dromar, he's an actual orc. Fun times that campaign was, and I get a chance to do it over better. And go further with it this time. To you who have found my treasure, these Ember Trousers are but one piece of my grand collection. I have hidden an assortment of equipment across Hyrule, notable pieces obtained in strange lands near and far. You've done well to find this one, and I will reward you with a hint to another. The fierce deity sword. There's a sword? Don the form of the fierce deity and return to this place. There are 3 keys you will need. One beneath the bedchamber of Akala's red-crowned citadel, one in the skull's left eye, and one in an old stump in Hyrule Field. Good luck. Oh, so you obtained all 3 pieces of the fierce deity armor, which we did by just exploring regularly, by the way, which Misko described as the keys. Misko's message in Cephala Lake Cave told you to don the form of the fierce deity and return to this place. Mr. Shiny says, I could say these 2 individuals are quite the competent treasure hunters. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, that's very much a... these guys are just... like, Domidak and Prisson, are both just... vultures. I get they're fine. They can find places fine. Like, let's not insult them, you know, unduly. It's but their ability to, like, actually, I don't know, do anything beyond finding the treasure is questionable. And if they knew that fact about the dog, they could have found it before we did. All right. We've put on the DLC armor. The the previously scannable DLC armor. And now we can come in and claim our second prize. I'm surprised this sword is a fashion item. Mr. Jason says they can join, but until they get that amount, they begin at the role of the SBC client applicant. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. Which means that they must provide a screenshot of having at least 1 million Poké-Dollars to be able to take part in our tournaments, Mr. Coin. Yep, okay. You personally have 2.859830 million Poké-Dollars as president, Mr. Coin. Yeah, you've sent me screenshots. I wasn't aware of or was less familiar with, like, the exact amount. But I was generally aware you had a lot of money, like roughly around 2.5 to 3 million. You have done well to solve my riddles and reach this place. The fierce deity sword is yours to take. You've earned it. You've earned it. The great bandit Misko. Oh, hey, at least there's some honor and, oh, we even have plenty of weapon slots for this. A peculiar greatsword allegedly used by a hero from a world in which the moon threatened to fall. It slashes wildly in battle as if possessed by a fierce deity. Of course we're gonna put on the weapon. Let's hold on. Let me get one that has, like, only a single solitary shield. I guess it'll be that one. It just seems to be a regular old sword. Mr. Shiny says there's a hidden crawling space in this cave that leads to another piece of treasure we actively look for. It's not the bubble frog, right? Like, I assume you were, if you're referring to the... I assume if you were referring to the bubble frog, you would have probably come out and said that. We did find a bubble frog. That said, I don't think that's what you're talking about. It's like an actual real crawl space. All right, let's see if we can't find it then. I guess what we can do is, like, staple a horn to that. What? I guess we can staple this, sure. A silver Super boss bokoblin bow with two-handed axe. Oh, God. Mr. Jason says, you see, Mr. Coin, in Pokemon Legends Z to A, you can get titles. That makes sense. It is an online game, or like a game with online components. Titles do make a lot of sense. Mine are Savior of Lumiose, as per the main storyline, and Big Moneymaker, as you have had it at one point over 3 million Poké-Dollars. Yeah, that'll do it. We have reduced the royal splendor of the fierce deity sword to a axe with the fierce deity handle. That's hilarious. Do you guys want me to use this plane without the horn on it first? You guys like, meh, I don't really care one way or the other. Mr. Shiny says, oh wait, never mind, it wasn't in this cave. But we could continue following these treasure hunters, though. I think I've narrowed down where those old manuscripts could be referring to. Yeah, I'm sure of it.
Oh.
Way to go, Dak, you're a genius. Sorry, what?
Huh?
Oh, come on, can't we have one brotherly conversation without you listening in? You said something juicy. You said something absolutely scrumptious. I want to hear it. Yeah, we're not going to tell you one word about the bandit Misko's old manuscripts. Prison, why? Why would you say that? Wow, these two are like villains from the Pokemon franchise. They're just constantly monologuing what they're going to do. No wonder 10-year-old children can beat them at their own game. They quite literally give you the breadcrumbs to go where they go and do it and stop what they're doing. I did it again, didn't I? Yes, you shouldn't be a treasure hunter. You should be a scholar, person. Mr. Coin, if I eventually order another copy of Pokemon Legends Z to A, you can play with your multiple Nintendo Switch systems via link battles. Link battling your own on your own Switches. That is some real dedication right there. And if I were to do 50 link battles, you would get the title of Elite Trainer. An Elite Trainer is a title befitting of the SBC, Mr. Coin. So you say. I'll have to take you at your word for it. Sorry, Dak. It's fine. The treasure's as good as ours. And this guy never work out these riddles, even if we told him. Why? Now Domidak is being an idiot. Hey, buddy, want me to tell you what the manuscript said? Sure. Thing is, I'm not about to give that info up for free. It'll run you up 100 rupees. Sold. Pleasure doing business with you. Trust me, that was a steal. If you find the treasure, it'll be worth way more than a measly 100 rupees. There are 3 manuscripts. Which do you want to hear? The twins. All right, then. I discovered the green clothes of a man who admired fairies, and I've hidden them away. Solve my riddle to find them anew. In West Necluda stands twins, poised to duel. Each contains a cavern that faces the other. Show the little twin sign to the big twin to open the door to my treasure. Ah, yes, this was that. If you guys remember us going to the Dueling Peaks, yeah? Maybe not in, grisly detail, but I imagine some people do remember. We even put a mark on that on our map when we were all said and done.
Oh.
That's what it says. I bet your head's really spinning after that. After all that, an amateur like you probably has no idea where to even begin. Good thing we already puzzled everything out, right, Dak? I mean, you're welcome to try putting your little rookie brain to the test. But we've got those treasures in the bag. Mr. Jason says when we get a few more trainers, we will have 4 elite trainers, and Jamie is the master trainer. And to get to rank A, they have to defeat all 4 elite trainers. And then battle Jamie. Jamie 2 4 times in the Le Super Tournoi did Jamie 2. Oh. I like how that O is there, even though it basically adds. It's only meant to act as a hallmark of a memory of what Lady Jacinth says. If they lose one of the 4 battles against Jamie, they will stay where they are with how many wins that they have already claimed from Jamie and can issue individual challenges again in the future. This is so it's actually possible to reach rank A, and Mr. Jamie is tough, Mr. Coin. You've told me this. You've shared that little bit of information with me. What do you mean you've got those treasures in the bag? Twins manuscript. Brothers Domidak and Prison, Reggie, one of Misko's old manuscripts. It said, in West Necluda stands twins poised to duel, and all that other stuff. Solve the riddle to find the treasure. Dak, the guy's back. What is it? Want me to tell you what another manuscript said? Or do you want me to refresh your memory on one you've heard already? A new one. 100 rupees, 300 to hear it all. There are 2 left. The Pirate Cavern. Sure thing. Listen close. I discovered the green clothes of a man who admired fairies, and have hidden them away. Solve my riddle to find them anew. A forgotten pirate cavern lurks at the foot of Cape Kales, overlooking the Necluda Sea. The short, shrill song of wind through lips will open the way to my treasure. That's it. Did you already solve the riddle from the first old manuscript? You only get 1 at a time. That's the rule. We've already solved both of these other ones, haven't we, Dak? Naturally, there's no riddle that can't be solved once it falls into my hands. The one I gave you was pretty easy, though. If you think long and hard about it, you might be able to figure it out. And we'll get the last one. Mr. Jason says, changing the subject, Mr. Quine, although I do rather love talking about me, or recently, Lady Jacinth, I cannot believe that Saturday will be November. I know. Another year at this. I really, truly do think 2020, was with the pandemic, was like the start of our dark era. And this will be 5 years into that dark era, where governments are becoming totalitarian. There's uprisings, rebellions, riots everywhere in pretty much most countries. There are wars all over. Resources are being squabbled and fought over through trade wars and other things. There are natural disasters that are getting worse every year. Hurricanes, earthquakes, and so on. Like, of course I'm alluding to the real world when I talk about a lot of that. But, that doesn't mean there isn't hope to be found in the era, but between all that and, the rise of AI and all that fun stuff, it's a bleak time. We have more information at our fingertips than ever before, and what are we choosing to do with it? We're choosing to pollute the access to that information through misinformation and AI hallucinations or AI delusions. It's awful. Mr. Jason says, it isn't too much of a dark era, Mr. Coin. I found Mr. Coin. I appreciate that, Mr. Jason. I really do. That means a lot. It's nice to know that I'm someone's ray of sunshine in these dark times, but they are dark. You do get what I mean? Yeah, it's just... This world is so cooked. To use Zoomer language, this world is so cooked. It's not funny. Yes, the guy is back. I'm only going to read new text here. Tell me a new one. 100 rupees. Always a pleasure. This is the last one. Okay, listen up and focus. I discovered the green clothes of a man who admired fairies and have hidden them away. Solve my riddle to find them anew. Statues of the 8 heroines reside in the desert. Enter the valley carved into Hamar's descent. and shine the light of day upon the towering 8th. The path to the treasure will open before you.
Oh.
The end.
Oh.
Not gonna lie, this one's a real doozy of a riddle. It's hard to solve from the manuscript alone, but I'll tell you the answer if you want.
Ah.
Prison. No. It was a joke, Dak. Brothers Dominant. Oh, right. This is just them stating the manuscript. Where's this? The Treasure of Awakening. No, it's the Fierce Deity. When you donned all the pieces of the Fierce Deity armor at Cephala Lake Cave, a door to a hidden room opened. You obtained the Fierce Deity sword. Mr. Jason says, I really need to sort through my screenshots and videos on your Nintendo Switch too, Mr. Coin. You have 20.4 gigabytes of your storage being taken up by them all. Yeah, you absolutely should do that. Like, that's a lot of space. Like a couple small games could fit in that space. I am not joking about that. And we all, heck, probably 6 or 7 old games could fit in that. Although I guess, you know, the whole hubbub is that Nintendo doesn't exactly have too many games for the Switch at the moment. They're doing a lot of re-releases. So there's like a handful, right? But definitely not, You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. That, my fine friends, is the 5-minute warning for the commercial breaks. We do take those around here. I know we've gotten off to an incredibly slow start again, but I promise I will lock in and speed things up after the commercial break. We were having fun chatting. What can I say? And there are, I think, a handful of caves left. There aren't that many, but there are some. If you guys like this content and you hadn't considered doing so, please consider following on Twitch. And you get benefits just for doing that. You get 5 free emotes to use on any channel as long as you're followed here. Or you could subscribe on YouTube. I wish I had more benefits for that. I frankly don't. So sorry about that. Gotta work on getting YouTube partner, right? Well, you know, one stream, one long form video at a time. And of course, please feel free to also consider joining the Discord. Let me go ahead and demonstrate that on YouTube. Mr. Jason, if you would please share the Discord link in Twitch chat. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Much appreciated. Consider joining. We have an Elden Ring themed Discord server. So the channel names kind of take on some of the places from Elden Ring. A few of them anyway. We share pictures. We talk in there sometimes. I release thumbnails to you guys after, you know, the stream is over and everything. And if you are a financially generous member of our community, you know, I release the current thumbnail before the stream, anywhere between an hour and 24 hours ahead of schedule. Isn't that neat? That's really about it. We do take commercial breaks. They're 3 minutes long. There'll be a timer above my head on the video display. When that timer hits 0, we will be done. You know, I'll be back at my desk and we can continue the gaming exactly as we did before. A little bit longer today on the shill, but I'll get it down to a science eventually. Mr. Jason says, indeed, Mr. Coin, you have 163 gigabytes remaining. So if you did remove them, you would shoot back up to 183.4 gigabytes. If you still had a sound bar, I cannot have one with my newest TVs. The legs don't allow enough enough room for one. You would absolutely battle Lady Jacids with the music playing through the sound bar. Huh. So would you say the sound on a sound bar is like better than the sound through the TV speakers? Just curious. My folks have the folks I live with have a sound bar beneath their TV. But it doesn't see all that much use. It's mainly for when Netflix or like Paramount Plus or a few other services are being fired up. I need to head toward another cave. Ooh, piece of candy. That's what I have to say about that. I am like a kid in a candy store if I see minerals. I just go so ham on minerals. It's not funny. I can't say I prefer one over the other. I guess it kind of depends on what your setup is like, right? If you've got a worthwhile sound system around your TV, you know, then the sound bar is probably great. If you're using it literally in lieu of TV speakers, I don't know. That probably varies, but we'll have to fly into the cave after the commercial break. Thank you. Sorry about that, everybody. I got caught up in a little bit of a logistical discussion. I'm gonna trust that I'm not all that late. If any. Like I was saying, yeah, I'm curious about what people think about the sound quality in a sound bar that you put above or below your TV. As someone who has one or has access to one, Mr. Jason says, and also let me check on YouTube. I can't even believe I forgot. Mr. Jason says, I do apologize, Mr. Coin. You were talking about something, but you had to go downstairs to get food. You're back now, though. Welcome back. I was just asking about what you think of the sound quality on a sound bar. We were discussing that, and I mentioned that I have access to one. I live in a house with people that have one for the TV, and I can't really notice all that much of a difference, if I'm being honest, because I'm used to sound through headphones. So I'm used to crisper, clearer sound. Like watching stuff and having a speaker, spit that volume out to you, you lose some of the subtleties of sound that come through that come through a speaker, right? Unless you like pump up the volume really loud. You might not hear water like gurgling or bubbling, through a sound bar or through TV speakers. But I guess my question to you, Mr. Jason, is, which sound setup do you prefer? The one with a TV bar or with a sound bar, or one without one? Gonna set that right over here and head through this cave, and I'm gonna trust it's not hot. It is hot. Hot. Mr. Jason says they're not sure the specifics, but you know that mine is a Sony, and those usually command a high price, Mr. Coin. But I am actually thinking of getting an eARC 360 spatial soundbar, although it is just as expensive as your new TV. I need to quickly whip out. Yeah, there we go. Okay, the hotness starts down here apparently. Oh, and I take it you've looked at the specs and everything. And by that I mean to say, you know what kind of qualities you're looking for in a spatial soundbar. I don't think so. And the best part is we don't even need to keep a utility weapon to be here. I mean, we have them, but we can't use them while we're in here. So this is the perfect situation to have Unobo do his thing. But we're just gonna sit here and let him do his thing a few times. So I would say the power is halfway between a bomb and say a swing from a weapon in terms of knocking down sediment like this. Mr. Jason says my TV, as I may have said before, was £1,099 on sale. Yep, you have mentioned that. The soundbar that you want, the Bravia Theater Bar 8, single soundbar, 360 spatial sound mapping, Dolby Atmos, is £999. That is. I mean, I see what you mean. That's at least $1,100, or even $1,200 or $1,300 here in the U.S. That's wild, and that's prior to the orange fees, let's call them. Let's go ahead and maybe eat some food while we're here. Perfect. what do we have in here as like our reward? Around 1,300? Okay, that's making some more sense. I'm gonna take this out, but we're going to... Oh, what do I do here? Yeah, I guess I'll drop it. The royal bow is better. I know the technical advantage is that you don't actually have to worry about any kind of weather with Zonai weapons, but the advantage isn't worth the loss of attack power. I'm gonna do my best to avoid mentioning things directly by name today. I just feel introspective. And this is coming from a man who... that man is me, for the record. I am a deeply contemplative, introspective individual. I'm always thinking about things. Always. I frequently tell my dad, my stepmother, my mom, my sibling, you know, I'm thinking about like 5, 6, 7 things at any one given time. Of course, I'm not always the most focused on any one of them at a time, but I'm constantly doing either mental calculations or, you know, I'm dedicating some part of my brain space to introspection, as well as thinking about, oh, well, you know, I have projects I'm working on. What do I want to do with that? I'm thinking about a lot of different things almost simultaneously. And it can be hard to pull those thoughts out of the ether and share them with people because I'm thinking of so many things at once. If that is not an ADD thing, by the way, I really don't know what I could say to show that I have it, other than actually getting a real diagnosis. Mr. Jason says, you see, Mr. Coin, this soundbar says 4K 120. You thought 4K 120 FPS is so synonymous that you typed 120 FPS. I find it really quite amusing that there are lots of lexicons that cross over in English now, just thanks to the modern internet space that... you know, Bo, why did you... Yeah, thank you. I need you to not do that, please. I'm thinking we're gonna be finding, the shrine that's probably back here real soon. At least I think there's one. Oh, well, we have the sound of the sensor. Mr. Jason says at 11:06 a.m. for you, Mr. Coin. You finally finished the trainer ranks page in the SBC. I saw. There are lots of notifications. Lots of notifications. Yeah, you probably spent a lot of midnight oil working on that, yeah? Come on, Yunobo, I need you to stop moving around all willy-nilly. Okay. Oh, there's like a hole here. Oh, no, this is literally that spot there. Okay. Yeah, I've been spending a lot of my midnight oil working on the tabletop campaign stuff. Like I said before, I recently finished using software to put together a new race of Kolos. Those that are more familiar with D&D will recognize these as gnolls. They're upright hyena-walking people. Most of them in Pathfinder follow the goddess Lamashtu, you know, the mother of monsters. She's depicted as a jackal-headed humanoid with like scars on her belly, and she's pregnant. It's a really strange deity in Pathfinder, but she exists. I made a race of these gnolls / Colo. That's the Pathfinder 2E name for the creatures. These ones don't worship Lamashtu, and they aren't slavers or raiders or other stuff. Because a lot of a really insidious feature about gnolls is that they often don't want to do any work. That's why they raid. They have slaves that do everything. So I thought, well, what if I played around with that? What if I completely flipped the concept of a gnoll on its head? What would we have? And upright speaking hyena people with you know, there's a chest in here and it's gone. Greetings, Mr. Rasby. Good to see you again, good sir. Hopefully you're doing better than when you last spoke to me. And I hope you're well in body and spirit otherwise. And I hope you enjoy your stay. Doing better? Good. Good. I trust there's been actual resolution to the stuff that was bothering you, Mr. Rasby. You've come in at a good time. We are continuing our long journey of spelunking through a volcanic region, as you can no doubt see here. And we're going to be navigating this through the use of a powered fire hydrant. Like so. Yes, 2560 by 1440p. Oh, that's the resolution you found? Ha ha. Oh, where is this? Coin will remember that. Indeed. Oh no, Link, get out of that. Link, get out of that. Classic wolf, sheep, and cabbage problem right here. We have a hydrant that we are, you know, failing to use properly. It's fine. Yes, but we're needing to like cross the gap here. The only difference is that, you know, nothing will happen to the crystal that we're gonna have to escort if nothing's gonna happen to the crystal, where stuff does actually. Wait, that creates a long platform in a spray? That's interesting. I'm sorry for the last delivery. We couldn't retrieve payment from the client. Ah, yes. The Godfather has been busying himself with Pokemon Legends Z to A, Mr. Rasby. He has been, he's made a completely new Discord server. He's made a completely new Discord server just for that one game. I'm making the platforms first, if anyone's wondering why I didn't go deal with that crystal, that green crystal right away. This is why. It's gotta be, like, behind here, right? Yes, of course I would fall into the lava. Didn't go deal with that crystal? That is because I need to know where I'm taking the crystal first. And it's easier if I've got a pathway to do that. Now, can we walk the rest of this distance? Is the question. Yes. Okay. We can go back and pick it up now. I hate my platforming skills today. I don't know why. The Eldin Mountains in the wild games have always been a place where I've just fallen into lava. Now, I will say, you know, jumping into lava in other games, the other Legend of Zelda franchise titles, like Wind Waker is a particularly good one. Just the Link screaming after jumping into hot lava is truly quite a sound. You found a frog some moments ago and made a photo of it? Nice. What colors did it have, out of curiosity? I haven't really seen too many pictures of European frogs, so... Desert leave me alone colors. Oh, so bright. And, you know, not necessarily rainbow colored or anything, but definitely a bright desert color. Oh, dark desert color? I see. Usually the general rule... Thanks, game. I guess I should have known better than pick it up. Dark with yellow dots or something? Fair enough. Fair. Not a frogologist? That's totally fair. I'm trying to think what the proper word for that is, but that's not important. He says, while totally knowing that an ichthyologist studies fish. Oh, God. The useless bits of trivia that, you know, going to college gets you today. And that is such a sad sentence to say. I really can't stress enough how internally upset that individual revelation just made me. You know, I'm sitting here playing video games and doing about 3, 4, 5 different, you know, different hustles. And none of them are all that exciting or impressive. Oh, yeah. Speaking of hustles, Mr. Rasby, are you aware of Lenny Face? Saucy literature. You know, the bits of literature that the ladies talk about. You're listening? Well, I am thinking of shifting. I was working on a novel. No, I don't have good stuff. No. I'm going to write the stuff. That's what's going to happen. There's been a book that's been making the rounds on BotW called Morning Glory Milking Farm. You're a grown adult, Mr. Rasby. I will let you fill in the blanks about what that means. Because it is a bestseller on Amazon. And the author has scraped a couple mil. Wait, what was the name? Asking for a friend? Morning Glory Milking Farm. Spelled exactly like all the plain English words. There's no fancy, like, spelling. No mourning for grieving over death. Mourning like the morning sky. Yes. And I'm going to recommend, as a fellow man, Mr. Rasby, that you don't read it. I'm going to recommend that you don't do it. For your own sanity. I promise you if you do. Because I haven't. I've not read this book. But I've heard about this book. I've watched people, you know, reviewing the book. The stuff that's said in this book would make most men who get their spicy stuff elsewhere blush. Like the finest rosé of blush. I'm just gonna go ahead and swap these out. Is there a weaker shield I could sub out for? Not really. I need to like detach all these parts. Mr. Jason says, you see, Mr. Coin, I wanted to set out a traditional gym challenge as well. 1 champion, 4 elite trainers. Yeah, 8 gym leaders ranked A to H. And then you have 4 general silver and 8 general bronze promotion trainers. So like if you made a Pokemon fan game and you wanted all 18 gym leaders for people to fight. Makes sense. Mr. Rasby says, forgive me, Father. I ask myself the same thing now that I've seen this. Then Mr. Rasby goes on to say, you know a fair bit about it for never having read it. I've watched multiple React videos. There's a content author named Shoeonhead that's roasted the book. She's made a video as of this month that's made the rounds in the VTuber scene. There's also a couple VTubers that have separately like watch people review the book, watch people who've made TikToks or book talks either corrupting their husbands by sharing this literature with them, or by talking about the literature itself. Disgusting? Where? You mean like in terms of like shoe on head, or do you mean other stuff, Mr. Rasby? Just so I'm not giving you, I'm not, not answer your question. That, Mr. Coin, is 25 challengers for normal trainers. Oh, goodness. Mr. Rasby says my stream interrupted in that moment. Oh, okay, I can repeat that. That's fine. But then you go on to say, but you know what? Maybe for the best. Fair enough. Yes. I hate that this word has entered the lexicon of normal people, because this is not what that word means. But people are now using the word gooner to talk about porn addicts, which is not what that word means. And I might have children who are watching. So, I've probably definitely scared the parents already by talking about this. But there are some things I'm just not going to mention for the sake of anyone's sanity. Imagine saying this in a courtroom. Yeah, imagine. You know what? I actually can imagine it, because there have been some... there's been like audio transcripts of court cases that are like, closed to the public, or not closed. I mean, open to the public. Or they're not like particularly high profile, so making a recording of them is fine. The type of stuff, or the transcripts of what some lawyers say, particularly defense lawyers, is wild. They will ask the dumbest, silliest questions. Let me make sure. What caves have we... Are we in Lake Nintendo right now? In TotK. Okay, I thought it was maybe spelling Nintendo, but it is not. We need to find a crawl space where... No, hold on. I'm getting all tongue. No, this is the correct cave. Yeah, we need to find the bubble frog that's here. Mr. Rasby says, yes. Kids watching politically relevant world education content, here are coins. Rated E for everyone. You know what the parents would probably say, though, Mr. Rasby? These hands are rated E for everyone. And you, talking about this literature, is definitely going to make me produce my hands. I can just hear a parent saying that right now. I can imagine it in my mind. Like the loudest, clearest Karen voice of You can't talk to my children about that. To which I will remind them, ma'am, this is Twitch. This is YouTube. Your children should not be on here unsupervised in the first place. So who's really at fault? Me or you? If a Karen, if a quote-unquote Karen did actually come and say something to me about that, that is what I would probably say. Why are you letting your child surf the internet unsupervised? Imagine 8 months in the future, this actually happens. Yeah, you were prepared almost a whole year in advance. Oh, this is baby tier, right? This is baby tier prediction. Like, I could think about this while playing the game and talking about the literature, and, you know, talking about the Hero Lab project I've been working on, all at once. I can quite literally... That is baby tier content. As someone who definitely probably has undiagnosed, you know, ADD, I can do that in my sleep. But yeah, you're right. I mean, that is good prep. I think about these types of scenarios all the time, in my headspace all the time. You know, when I'm working on content, when I'm working on the new tabletop material, you know, when I'm asleep at night, I could think about that stuff, and while I'm thinking about 2 or 3 other things at once. It's not particularly good to be doing that. It's better if you could focus on your thoughts one at a time, but you know what? It's a gift. It's a gift if it's used and harnessed right, so I might as well, you know, take good advantage of it while I'm absolutely unmedicated. God, guys, please don't take that as medical advice from Mr. Coin. Go see a therapist, go see a psychiatrist, get therapy, get medical treatment, get medications that help you manage your symptoms. Please do any and all of that rather than, you know, listening to a random streamer talk about how his definitely untreated, like, mental diagnoses benefit him in small, absolutely irrelevant ways. Please don't do that. Go to medical professionals. Go seek therapy. Touch grass. Right. We went into a shrine, so we have to make another hover bike. Mr. Rasby says, I'll take all of that as medical advice. Kappa winky face. I mean, I added the emojis, but I imagine there's some sarcasm to that. Because I also have a sibling. My sibling and I both deal with mental health problems. And they are not things to harness, to take advantage of. Welcome on in, Fent. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. If you don't mind my asking, what level of experience do you have with Tears of the Kingdom? Like, are you new to the game? Have you beaten it a couple of times? Spent a couple 100 hours in it without beating it? You know, I always ask my audience that question. It just lets me know, you know, where I can tailor discussions about the game should they come up. And Fent says, I play Zelda 2 at the same time. I know that's a common practice among Let's Plays. Like, how many of you, you know, raise your hand or type 1 in the chat? If you've ever watched a Let's Play of a game you own, have you ever thought, damn, maybe that makes me want to let's play it again. That makes me want to crack the game open and play it again. I'm just going to take a look and make sure we've got all these caves in working order. I think the ones toward the center are the ones I don't have. Yeah, like this one right here that I can clearly see. Yep, yep, right here. Either the YouTube chat is hidden or the schizophrenia has finally... oh, no. The YouTube chat should be... You killed Ganon 100%? It's definitely not the schizophrenia. No, it's not that. It's that the chat is actually hidden. Okay, give me a second, guys. So sorry. I need to figure out what the heck is causing this. Okay, sorry about that. I'm gonna send a test message one more time, and if nothing happens, I'll try to sort it out during the 3-minute break. That's weird. I'm sending it. My combined chat doc is working correctly, but it showed for a moment. Okay, let me try it again, and also I went ahead and copied it. Okay, now, okay. When I threaten to reset it a second time, it apparently behaves. Cool. Fantastic. Okay. The walls close in. Yeah, I don't think I want any visits from the king in yellow. Thank you very much, Mr. Rasby. The shadows whisper of conspiracy. Or, you know, Lady Sylvanas. Mr. Rasby then goes on to say, I like it this way. Privacy, TM. And I think that's probably sarcasm, but if it's not, you know, you wouldn't be the only one. You know, our lovely, totally not completely grilled Twitch CEO. It's not sarcasm. Fair enough. Yeah, Twitch CEO Dan Clancy continually is making it harder for multi-streamers to, you know, do their work. Fent asks, do you have Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild? I do, Fent. I have beaten it on the channel. I have a Let's Play available in VOD form if you're interested in looking at it. But yeah, I do have it. I have the Nintendo Switch 1 version, though, not the Nintendo Switch 2 version. Mr. Rasby says, but it's not the worst thing. We can have cross-platform chats. I mean, yeah. You know, if I could pay for Restream.io, which is like the official multi-streaming platform, technically you guys could have a cross-platform chat. But Twitch really doesn't like that. Like, this is kind of like borderline. I'm like acknowledging who's talking, but I'm not actually acknowledging the icons on the screen. I'm not even doing the TikTok thing of, oh, the purple app, the red app. I'm not even saying that because people could see it on the screen. That's speaking in coded language. Really common for TikTok. It's... Twitch doesn't like I don't know, it's like a competitiveness exclusivity thing. They still want to like hold on to the illusion of that. And TikTok is even worse about it. The exclusivity agreement sucks. Although with the Emiru assault case, that will probably, it's not a case yet, but she is mulling over, you know, pressing charges. Twitch might be paying out some pretty pennies to avoid pretty pennies and still not actually give us anything we're looking for. Like, they care about profit that much. I don't know. I'll not talk about it too much. I recommend going and maybe watching Moist Critical, aka Penguins Zero, if you want more information on that, or other YouTubers. Fence says you can call me Mel. Is it Mel or Mella? Do you say the second E or is it silent? Just so I don't mess it up. Because English is not the most straightforward language. You know, anyone who's European or who for whom English is not a first language can definitely attest to that fact for certain. We have that cave over there. Oh, yep, it did it again. I hate this. Don't forget my messages as well. You sent to Mr. Coin. Yeah, I'll make sure I read those. Let me go back and do that. So sorry. In the actual game, it is the Z to A Royale. In your new organization, it is the SBC Royale, Mr. Coin. Yeah, like the 25. And YouTube is back to not working. What the heck is going on today? It was storming all morning today, and it's like the floodgates just opened for script that's not working. Let me try copying the overlay here. And then the other one, because if I don't keep going, if I don't read it now, I'm definitely gonna lose sight of it. Mr. Coin, at some point you might emulate your mentor, Lady Jacinth, further by making a fairy type team. That's up to you. Fairies do have interesting typings. It would basically make dragon types, you know, next to impossible. Mr. Rasby says everyone has the right to remain silent. Too true. And it's one that people should exercise more often when you don't know something. When people don't know what they're talking about. Notoriously, I and a handful of other white people can attest to this. You know, us pale type 2 skinned creatures are very bad at that. That's just it's a well-known fact. Ask any other person of color in the States. And they'll probably definitely say that, like, yeah, other people can be just as chatty, but I'm an especially robust chat box. And thank you for the assist on that, Mr. Rasby. It's one of the reasons my commentary was wonky while I was trying to fix that. Back over on the YouTube side, Mel, I'm gonna assume it's Mel because I've not gotten a correction. Says no, you died in Zelda Breath of the Wild. That stinks. BJJ Cannon, BIJ Cannon. Oh, Big Cannon. I see. No worries. I do my best to try to like parse out speech so that, you know, I can kind of figure out what everyone is saying. English is a tough language. It's right up there with Chinese. Especially the unsimplified stuff. It's really quite something else. Chinese has in tonals or like tonal words, where like the same set of sounds mean like if spoken at a different tone they're intoned differently, I think is the formal lexicon. It has different meanings. If you guys think English is hard, Chinese is much harder. Much harder. But and the words there, the written stuff probably makes a lot more sense. There is something over here. Sorry, if people are wondering what I'm doing, I am marking Gwells while we're talking, and I'm not doing an incredibly good job at that. Mr. Jason says, actually, you'll withdraw that. There are very few fairy types in Pokemon Legends Z to A. I see. Mr. Rasby says, me and my white friends will use that, if ever in America. It's more so like we have the tendency to gossip, right? We have the tendency to gossip. And note that this is strictly white people in America are like that, or tend to be like this. Elsewhere, you know, it'll be whatever the culture is. Fen says you're from the Netherlands. Nice, nice. I had another person a couple of months ago that was a regular for a while, and I believe she was from the Netherlands. I hear it's a nice country this time of year. Hopefully everything is going well over in that part of the world, because you know, the times are dark and getting darker across the globe. I hope the Netherlands doesn't have too much of its own troubles to worry about. I know many of us Americans with, like, you know, an actual head in our head, you know, an actual brain in our head and a real head on our shoulders are already trying to purchase houses in Europe and elsewhere to just wait out this administration. Wait for it to be over. I think it's going to be storming on and off all day. Just as a warning, I want to get this out now ahead of time. If the stream cuts out suddenly, or, you know, we disconnect for a moment, this is going to be why. It's going to be because there's a storm in the area. I haven't heard any thunder, but there is a Cat 5 hurricane that's barreling in toward Jamaica. That means it's headed up towards Florida and toward the two-state area where I live. You're welcome, Fent. Anytime. Let me know if I need to repeat something, and I will do my best to use like smaller English words, because I know English is not everyone's first language, and that isn't to, like, you know, that isn't meant to belittle. And if, you know, I do, like, belittle you as a process of saying that, I am sorry. I just know from personal experience, and I'm wanting to provide a good viewing experience for everyone. And that means not using complicated English words all the time. Heck, there are English speakers that have come by and have asked me to use different words. So I definitely know what that's like. Did Coin just belittle us? If I did, I'm sorry. That's not to say that... God, I'm digging a hole for myself, aren't I? I'm mostly just wanting to provide a good experience for people, and if that means people don't understand... If people aren't understanding, you know, what I'm saying, I want to make sure I say it in a way they understand. Maybe I was a bit rude? No. Well, it might be rude insofar as, like, the whole, did you just assume our gender question, right? Like, some people consider that meme or that joke rude. I don't, but I have nothing to worry about on that front. It gives off that kind of vibe. Fent asks, do I play farming simulators? Well, farming simulator singular, no, definitely not. The closest I've played to that is like Stardew Valley. I don't know if that counts. Probably not. Why? I take it it's a game you play, Fent? Incredible. Oh, did I skip a quest? I skipped a part of a quest. We were supposed to go talk to a Goron about this. Yes, this is it. No doubt about it. This is Simmerstone Springs. I had heard the entrance was collapsed and no one could get in anymore. Sorry for showing up out of the blue. Did you make this hole? I heard a loud noise and thought I'd check it out. And now my hot springs dream has come true. All thanks to you. Sorry for showing up after you did all the work getting in here. What? Don't apologize. That's nothing to apologize for. But if you don't mind, there has been something you've been wanting to do. Mr. Jason says, I rather enjoy the more sophisticated words, Mr. Coin. As do I, Mr. Jason. I just want to make sure I'm including everybody. I would say that I have running transcripts, but that plugin broke like a couple of months ago for OBS, and I haven't gotten it to work since. I've been trying to get a new plugin to work, but I'm having to grapple with the fact that it's translation software that runs off an AI algorithm, and I don't know how to feel about that. I'm still an inductee? That's not true, Mr. Rasby. Not only are you a VIP, but you're a Valkyrie member. Mr. Rasby says, I still only have one person who can tell me what that means. That's probably me. But, it basically, the more modern version, oh god, I literally brain farted the word. Hang on. Yep, okay. I remember. A similar word would be an initiate. Initiate sounds too cult-like to me, so I didn't use the word. And if I'm being quite honest, my knowledge of the word originally came from Elden Ring. There is a NPC named White Mask Vare, with the accented E, of course. And he uses this word several times. I looked it up to make sure I knew what he was saying. It's a real bona fide word. It's kind of archaic, though. Most people use initiate when they want to mean someone inducted into an order. Just random trivia about, like, branding and stuff, in case anyone didn't know. Conversations that can only happen on a Twitch stream for 500, Alex, please. Mr. Jason says OBS is interesting, Mr. Coin. The only program that I know of where when you update it, it breaks. Indeed. I'm going to finish this dialogue and then I'll comment on that more. Are you gonna strip, Mr. Kemma? You're gonna strip. Yep, pardon me a moment. That temperature, it's perfect. And how about this? Hold on, I got the perfect one. Oh wait, no. This is Link we're talking about. He already has Fishwife. You know, Spirit Fishwife. And also, like, actual Hylian possible girlfriend. What? 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 I'm sorry, what? Delicious? What? Is he drinking spring water? I mean, in fairness, that is something you can do, is drink hot spring water. However, that shit's piping hot. Sorry for my French. My French cursing, anyway. I don't recommend that. If you want to, you know, not cook your organs alive and die. Monk W. OBS says, oh, hello. A message got deleted apparently. Cheers. Yes. I, president of the SBC, have now got to the point where you can now purchase 953 luxury balls. Nice. Fence says, F, my computer crashed. Don't worry. I can spit out the F for you. It is right here. I believe Coinstamp F is available as a tier 1 emote for those interested. By the way, as a little bit of a reminder, we are running a gift sub special this week. At the very least this week, maybe a bit more than that. For the next 9 hours, for those of you that want to purchase 5 gift subs or more, you will be saving 35% or more on your purchase. Fent says, what I do? I mean, restart the computer, right? That's kind of all you can do. Just turn it off and then turn it back on. Let's see Kimma drink mineral water. Wild mineral water. Ah. No doubt this is the perfect spring-boiled egg. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. Ah, yes. As Mr. Rasby has just put it, that disturbance, my fine friends, was the 5-minute warning before the incoming ad storm, the incoming commercial break. We got to get the major shilling out of the way, so let's go ahead and do that now. First, I want to thank everyone for hanging out with me, because I don't think I said that in the previous hour. I'm going to do that now. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate the company. Outside of the free, easy methods to, help the channel out, like following, subscribing, liking the VOD, and so on, there are a ton of avenues that you can use if you wish to be financially generous with your money. Chuck some change at me. Chuck some coin at me, if you will. I'm not going to count that, though. That's not a joke. I do have a Linktree link underneath the video player on Twitch, or it'll be in the description at the bottom. In the description at the bottom. There should be a Linktree link. Just click on that. There should be a Patreon, a coffee, and so on. And for you guys on Twitch, I believe I still need to get this Stream Elements link on Linktree, but that's a whole separate thing. Your best bet, if you want we do give a lot of benefits. I'm not going to really spend too much time on that. They're listed under the membership tiers and promos and stuff, but I do have Discord benefits, emotes, and so on. I highly recommend checking any of those out, Patreon or Coffee especially, because it's really cheap for $1 a month. The commercial breaks are 3 minutes long. There will be a timer above my head when the screen transitions. It's 3 minutes long. When the timer is over, I'll be back at my desk, and, we can get back to the gaming. Pretty straightforward. Please feel free to get up, stretch, grab a snack, or do whatever else it is you want to do for 3 minutes, because I got to stretch my keister during that time. This break is not only for you, but it is also for me. I structure the breaks this way so that if you guys want to step away until, say, 3 minutes after the hour or whatever, you could do that. You could totally do that. It's done to minimize FOMO, fear of missing out. Let's see. Mr. Jason says, although, Mr. Coin, if I want to follow my own policy, I can only purchase 628 luxury balls. We can't have the club president dropping below 1 million Poké Dollars. I mean, who has to know, right? Who has to know? And if you want to purchase 999 of something, you're going to have to drop below that at some point. Maybe, possibly. Or you can grind up enough cash where that's not necessarily a problem. And very well, Mr. Resby, do enjoy your lurk. Fence's computer dead. Well, how are you talking to me then? Are you typing to me on mobile? Just curious. On phone, rather. Mobile's like the more fancy word for that. No doubt this is the perfect spring-boiled egg. It's exactly as good as I hope it would be. On mobile. Okay, cool, good. Oh, guess I forgot to mention why I was looking for this place, eh? It was so I could make this incredible spring-boiled egg. Of course, if you hadn't found a way to get inside, well, I never would have found it. So please, you've got to let me give you a reward. Mobile? Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, indeedy, Fent. Absolutely. Well then, excuse me, but I'm going to go ahead. What? Oh, and now you strip. That's I would say it's a tease, but that's not really a tease. Fun fact, Mr. Coin, to buy all the clothing, it would take at least 7,400,000 Poké Dollars. I see. We'll be back after the commercial break. Thank you very much. Sorry about it. Let's try that again with less tongue-tying. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Mr. Jason says I will be a little late on your return as you need to wash pots. No worries, Mr. Jason. Take all the time you need. Fent says, make it into music. You just cried into your... Yeah, that sucks. A dead computer is like one of the worst things you can experience in this modern era. It's not, you know, absolutely the worst. It's like a first world problem for sure, but it is sad. I've had a couple computers and laptops die on me. I know what that's like. I had a $700 one I was using for college, and it died during Hurricane Helene last year. It's it really is quite frustrating. Nibbling on the perfect spring-boiled egg while soaking in the perfect hot spring. It doesn't get better than this, with no stinky Gorons bathing in there. Of course, I'm more than happy to share with you. Go on, have some if you like. A bird egg boiled using water from naturally occurring hot springs. It's popular among children and is easy to make. No doubt. I'm gonna take 2 of those and leave you 1 of those. It's working? Good, good. That's always nice. Yeah, I guess that means the computer isn't dead, right? With Gorko Tunnel, our next objective is to hopefully find ourselves a bubble frog, and then we can get out of here and on to one of like the last handful. I am gonna have to double check the ancient blade, an ancient dagger-like blade. It's too small to wield as a weapon, but it can be used as an arrowhead. Cool. I'm sorry, my brain just completely farted on what I was trying to say next. Yeah, once we complete these last handful of caves, I'll double check to make sure we have them all before moving into the depths. Because the depths is like the last thing I want to do. Fent asks, do I have kids? Nope. Do not have kids, unfortunately. I want to have them, but I need to, I need to do a few things first. Number 1, I need to be, employed. I need actual sustainable income. Number 2, I need to not be living with my folks. I do not live by myself. I have not lived with myself. I haven't lived alone, like in my entire life, where I'm responsible for every little thing under the sun. Number 3, I need to have a partner. I'm not just gonna adopt kids willy-nilly. I need a partner. Someone who is willing to go in with me on kids. And I say adopt because there are so many, foster kids in a system, children that have to stay in an orphanage or an institution and don't have a home. Or they're out on the street, which is like way worse. I would like to adopt one of those children and give them a home. I'd actually like to adopt 2 or 3 of them and give them a home, because I know how hard, and the chat has paused again. Huh, I think I might have to make a new source. OBS is having some problems today. I'm going. Oh, that message has been deleted. Okay, so Gorko, there's the Gorko Tunnel. Where on earth is this bubble frog? Oh, I see it. There's a crawl space back here. Out of curiosity, I don't think this... Oh, it actually does work. Neato burrito. Just gonna wait one full battery. The sniper rifle of bows. Truly. Yeah, I don't know if I've shared that before. Yeah, I do. I'm going to look at YouTube on your computer. Cool, very well. Then I'll hopefully see you on hopefully I'll see you on computer, and it'll hopefully be easier for you to type and everything. Looking forward to that. Because I assume that's what you're getting ready to do. Okay, cool. Gorko Tunnel is done. Now we can take our hover bike. Oh, he just... I was going to leave that egg, but I think he has his own eggs. And, you know, saved 3. Nibbling on hard-boiled eggs while also soaking in a hot spring. I think I would be too worried about burning alive over, you know... overeating hot food. I wouldn't know what to do with that. Ah, I see that our mobile is here. We have three heals, along with a couple of other heals I've grabbed on our lovely journey. Let's get back and get to exploring. We've only got a few things left, and then we can... I may take the day to, like, clean up. You know, fight a bunch of Phantom Ganons. And maybe do Farron tomorrow? I don't know. I know that's kind of, like, annoying, but we do actually also still need weapons, among other things. Ooh, free debris over here. Did that fire breather just spit water? That Lizal... I think all... That's interesting that all the Lizalfos are just capable of spitting water like that. I don't think so. That's actually a pretty neat feature. Welcome back, Fent. I trust communication will be easier for you now that you're on a computer and everything. Because typing on mobile on a stream sucks. I know from personal experience. I've tried to watch Twitch and YouTube on mobile. If you're not watching a video, the mobile experience is just really not made for YouTube. Even though it wants to have a mobile experience with short. I mean, I guess, you know, you can... There are programs to assist you with that stuff, but... Nice that the rubble contains a steering stick. That's interesting. I hope everyone's having a good time. We're halfway through the stream. Make a car? I mean, sure. I'll make a car. I can do that. I'm probably not going to use it, but I'll at least make a car for you. Let's see. What are we gonna need in order to make a car? And I can make a very rudimentary cart of sorts. We literally just blew up something that had a steering stick in it. Yes, it's right over here. We just take that, bring it right over here, and we're gonna need one of those carts. Just grab one. Scaring these big bunguses never gets old. Okay. So steering stick acquired. We place it right in the middle of the cart. Oh, I guess there is also just a straight up cart that we could use that's already pre-made, but that's no fun. I want us to make an actual real car. These look on center to me, so now we just put a fan on the back for extra added mobility. All right, let's take this baby for a test spin. Oh, except all we're gonna do is spin in place. We need to turn that around. There we go. You want a car with a cage, huh? I don't know if I could do that, but I'll try. That might require us using a couple of Zonai parts. We'll see what we can come up with. I guess what I could maybe do, I could like make it out of a sled component. Yeah, let's start with that and go from there. Two on the back. I hope we don't run into a limit for this. Otherwise, that's going to be problematic. Okay. Then the last... Actually, yeah, we could... Well, we have to, like, close the top, but that should be doable. Let's see. Not like this? Okay, so what you mean is... You want, like, an actual real cart, like this, right? With, like, enclosures on the side? Or maybe like one of the cars that the Yiga clan drive, something like that. Well, I do want to finish making what I was making for my own purposes, but I will, of course, abide by what you're saying. This might actually be a neat little excursion for its own reasons. You want a monster cage. Okay, so what that means is I have to save a copy of the thing. Save a copy of this kind of cart. And then go to a monster stronghold to make the car. Tell you what, Fent. I will make the car after we are done spelunking and we've finished into the depths and everything. How does that sound? I have a nice, easy monster stronghold right over here. There's actually one right in this fort. I believe there should be a... no, wait, it's not. That one doesn't have a cage. Which one had a cage? Over here. There's one right over here I can use. Otherwise, I don't know how you would make the car out of cart cages. That might be an interesting exercise. Jargon? You've now returned, Mr. Coin. Welcome back, Mr. Jason. As you can see, we have a rather enthusiastic individual who wants a cart made out of monster cages. Which I'm willing to oblige on, but I do kind of have to go out of my way. Did I? Oh, no, it's literally right. Oh, that's what the dragon is for. You saw Dinral over there. Mm-hmm. We're not going to be doing any dragon hunting until later, but when we do some dragon hunting, it'll be glorious. Mr. Jason says, I would like to enlist your assistance, Mr. Coin. Very well.
Very well, Mr. Jason. What do you need help with? Trust me, Fent. I will go back and I will go and make a monster cart. We just actually need to find cages first. Mr. Jason says I made the role SBC client applicant, but in the SBC they aren't really clients. You can't think of a fancy word for member. Maybe you could crunch it through a thesaurus, Mr. Jason. I don't know of any word off the top of my head that could be used as substitution, but usually when I'm wanting to do a word substitution, what comes to mind is a thesaurus. I use it all the time. Don't hit my bike. How dare, how dare. All right, come on. I want you to come over here. Gotcha. I know, Mr. Fent. Let's, I'm asking for some patience. That's all. I'm asking for some patience. Give me some time, and I will definitely, have the cart. I might use your terminology, maybe. Inductee. Inductee, initiate. Those both work. What else? I can't actually think of too many else. Squire, perhaps? Although Squire is more like a knightly thing. We're not like knights. Or I should say the SBC are not knights. Perhaps Marquis, spelled Marquis. Marquis. Fun fact, Final Fantasy 12. I'm gonna take this cobble crusher and chuck it into the bin. Final Fantasy 12 uses the pronunciation Marquis. Like an actual honest to goodness Marquis. The English in Final Fantasy 12 is truly something to behold. If you have not heard the dialogue for Final Fantasy 12, you should. It's a treat. The voice acting is okay. It's all right. It could certainly be better, but Marquis is legendary. Just actual like English gibberish is hilarious. Say nice, Netherlands, because I know that I think the owl that hurts. I believe the people in the Netherlands speak Dutch. Yeah. Go into the lava and die. Thank you very much. And I know there's another one hurling stuff around in here. Where are you? Up here? Bye. Netherlands? Yeah, nice Netherlands. I'm sure I'm definitely butchering that for sure. But, you know, you asked me to say it exactly that way, and so I have said it. Nice Netherlands. I'm pretty sure it's Netherlands though with the TH. I'm interested hello. I am definitely interested in digraphs and diphthongs for I'm having a hard time focusing right this second. Digraphs and diphthongs are consonant and vowel combinations. So a diphthong is like, you know, TH or CH. Meanwhile, a digraph, spelled exactly as you think it is, the word die and the word graph together, are consonant combinations. Speak Dutch? I'm afraid I can't do that, Fent. I don't know how. I couldn't speak Dutch if I wanted to. Same thing if you know, Mr. Rasby suddenly asked me to speak Romanian, or, you know, other folks asked me to start use. I could maybe use UK English, although there are certain phrases, turns of phrase I definitely don't know for sure. But I'm not bilingual. I wish I was, but I'm not. We do need more zonite bows. I'm running out of like long range options in here. One, and using the long range option I do have is not a great move. I guess it's actually time to make another rock breaker or an earth breaker. Excuse. Did they change it? It was an earth breaker in the last one. Is it a boulder breaker here? What's bigger, 1 or 11? 11. Although if you mean to say 2, I'm pretty sure that's 11 you're trying to say. 11's like a whole order of magnitude bigger. It's got an actual tens. If you mean, you say no. If you mean 2, well, I would hope the answer is like Pog standard, but Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, most people did the required 1,000 battles in Pokemon Legends Z to A at this one restaurant where you could do several courses of battles. Mr. Jason did not do that. Mr. Jason did the usual battle zones until you were 996 out of 1,000 battles done, and then you had a fun battle with Lady Jacinth. Bent asks, what's 1 + 1? 2? I mean, yes. But you didn't type 2. You typed 11. Oh, man. At least we got, like, this stuff. We're slowly getting these caves finished. We definitely should have been finished with them some time ago. No, it's 1 + 1 = window. Whatever you say, Mr. Fent. Whatever you say. Oh, we can actually take this off the map now. Cool. Yeah, I mean, if you put the 2 1s together, you crisscross them, you get a window. Sure. Oh, that reminds me of, God, there used to be stuff like that in old puzzle books. I had a puzzle book when I was a little kid, and the puzzle book would often, you know, have things like, oh, can you trace through, you know, this set of boxes, you know, while not crossing any of the lines more than once? Like, can you do it without crossing the same line twice? That's what that little exchange made me think of, is puzzles like that. Not great. Mr. Jason says, you see, Mr. Coin, as I've said, Lady Jacinth is required to be battled 4 times as part of mission 119 in the aptly named the Super Tournoi de Jacinth. Oh. Yeah, you showed me the whole tournament thing, right? Where she had you fight her a bunch of times. I didn't count the exact number of like tournament forks, but yeah, I could see it being 4. I think that sounds right based on my memory. Welcome on in, Destructus Animation. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. And it turns out that the chat box has once again stopped working. I have no idea why it's doing this. OBS I might need to like reset my computer now that I'm thinking of it. You know, sometimes you just need to reset things. Destructus Animation says, hi, you're doing well. Awesome. No problem. How am I? I am doing just fine, Destructus Animation. You've come in at a good time. We are finishing up spelunking in the Eldin Mountains before we move into the depths to grab all the light roots and other stuff in there. And if you don't mind my asking, Destructus Animation, how much of Tears of the Kingdom have you played? It's a question I ask all of our newcomers here to just get a sense of their experience with the game and maybe direct discussions and stuff accordingly. Fent asks, a question for my little brother. How old am I? I am 33. I am 33. What the fox didn't say, the word. So, my lovely senators, what you have just heard is someone redeem the What the Fox Didn't Say redemption. There is a word on my screen. I am not allowed to say that word, no matter what. Because if I do say it, then I have to restart the timer. So we can't do that. And thank you, Destructus Animation. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, I do have one bit of good news that you found out on Reddit the other day. Oh, do tell, do tell. Of course, if you guys want to redeem this for yourselves on Twitch, there is a channel point redemption reward panel in the bottom left-hand corner of your chat panel. There should be a button on there called What the Fox Didn't Say, and it costs 10,000 channel points. I am not focusing on what I should be focusing on. Destructus, thank you so much for your subscription. I do in fact take a lot of pleasure. Dang it. My bad. Oh God. I'm gonna finish reading and then I'll start over. I do in fact take pleasure from that. I hope you continue to enjoy your stay here. And if people are so inclined, please consider the Discord link. I do have a place where my schedule is pinned up and people can, keep in touch and keep on track with it. Only if you like the content, though, and everything. And I'm certainly not going to force anyone to join the Discord either. And thank you for the assist, Mr. Jason. Mr. Shiny says, I think I've chosen a perfect word, but that's just my personal take. You can agree with me or not. Yeah, that's a great one. All right, let me find the timer. It is... All right, let's start over, and let's not say the word that shall not be said. Grab, nab, confiscate, and so on. Fen says my little brother is I think you're saying a number? If I'm correct on that. Mr. Jason asks, what do you think to what I said to what you said, Mr. Coin? Oh, in the aforementioned Link battles in Pokemon Legends Z to A, you could select a tune that plays, and one of them is actually Lady Jacid's theme. That's nice. That's cool that they allow you to select the battle theme. I wish they would have. I wish that was a feature that the devs, implemented in previous Pokemon titles. And Destructus says, also sorry for making you say the word I can't say. It's all good, Destructus. It's not your fault. It's all part of the game. It's all part of the game. People, you'll come to find that a lot of people will, grab the pleasure for themselves, to try to get me to say the forbidden word for 5 minutes. Aylin, welcome back. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Mr. Shiny redeemed the What the Fox Didn't Say channel point reward. And so that word on the screen is the one I'm not allowed to say in any way, shape, or form for 5 minutes straight. It's very much inspired by the Point Crow, like the feat that Point Crow does, where he says words, where he has to not say certain words. It's like a huge stream gimmick. Yeah, it's inspired by that. Mr. Shiny says, oh, so I could choose my personal theme. I will definitely keep that into account. Nice bit of subtle trolling. Aylin says, oh, I'm gonna make it the. Yeah, that's like a really common one. I'm not where essentially I have to speak in third person for 5 minutes. Yeah, that Axel LPS, like a somewhat of a regular around here, has redeemed that like 3 or 4 times. I've gotten pretty good at speaking in third person. So, in other news, it perhaps, to shift the subject a bit, there is no way that... Oh, did it not... Okay, it did disappear. Why? Did it have time left on it, Mr. Shiny? My eyes were elsewhere. It did. Gosh. Thanks, folks. I don't know why that... Oh, I know why. So the way that the timer works is I actually have it set on Firebot. It'll time it for 5 whole minutes. And then after 5 actual real minutes pass, it'll turn it off. Yeah, the Twitch chat isn't showing. It'll show while it's here, but it won't show at any other point. I don't know why it's doing this. My guess is that something with OBS bricked all of the extensions and stuff, so it didn't work. It's been a frustrating experience. Destructus brings up a good question. Yes, Fent, I am curious as to why you're saying that. I mean, I love you as a basic human being. I mean, like, fraternal sort of love, but definitely not love in any further capacity. I really want to caution you against that word, because that's like a huge parasocial thing. You don't want to develop parasocial relationships with content creators. That's bad. Or that sets you up for failure later. Mr. Yep, Mr. Shiny says, is there a way to fix the OBS thing? So, Mr. Shiny, I basically have to reset OBS. That's the only thing I can do. I've tried every other thing under the sun that I can do while live, and none of it seems to work. Fent says, I'm your fan. I appreciate that. Usually fans don't say that, though. Okay. I get the feeling I'm dealing with people of interesting age groups today. Let me make sure I've not missed chat, and then we need to keep things going. You say under the sun, Destructus says, but what about under the moon? I mean, that works. Under the sun, under the moon, under the stars. It's all, man, it all works, really. The open skies are just a great place to have things sit under them. I hear it's how we exist. Aelin says, one of your friends drew you holding another one of your friends as a femboy in our arms. Yeah, those sorts of drawings have been making the rounds, huh? Oh, hello. I'm just gonna ice you out and then like hammer you, clobber you. I was about to use the forbidden T word again. What did I think to what you said? Oh, you said some... Hold on. Okay, no, I did respond to that. What's up, Mr. Jason? Alan says I'm going to frame it and make an emoji in the Discord. Good luck with that. If it's particularly saucy, that may not work necessarily. Mr. Jason says, I've just checked in with our inductee, Shiny Luxury. They are just 982,000 Poké Dollars away from the join requirement. Oh, so a really long time. Got it. Destructus says someone else might be joining. Welcome on in, K-Shades. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and spirit. And hope you enjoy your stay. I assume it's Kate. Oh, yeah, okay. Sorry, my mind is chugging 50 miles a minute. You've come in at a good time, K-Shade. We are spelunking what I hope to be the last well in Tears of the Kingdom. And if you don't mind my asking, what is your... how much of Tears of the Kingdom have you played? I like to ask all the incoming new people that question. Nice. That's done. Oh, nope, that is the wrong text box. Let's fix that. Are you relatively new? Have you spent hundreds of hours in the game with, like, yours truly? Or have you perhaps maybe beaten the game multiple times over? Fent says, yes, I will be here tomorrow as well. 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, of course. Monday through Friday. If you're about to head out, Mr. Fent, I do hope that I will see you again sooner rather than later to rest well and be well and take care of yourself. Otherwise, you know, I hopefully have answered your question. Mr. Shiny says, I'd like to imagine a streamer is just a provider of entertainment rather than my friend. Yeah, that's a better way of looking at it, in my honest opinion. It takes more personal connection to deem someone as friend. But I guess certain individuals like to take certain things for granted and try becoming too close with someone on the other side of the screen. Yeah, you never know. We actually want to break a cobble. Well, we've broken cobble crushers already. You never know who you're dealing with on the other side of that screen. You don't. You don't want to find out that, oh, this person has had their way with children and I'm being very delicate with that phrasing for a reason. Or, you know, assaulted people or committed some crime. You don't know the person you're dealing with. That's really all there is in this tiny well? Sure, I'll take it. Well, the timer has stopped. One reset. I'll take that. Yeah, sorry about that, Mr. Shiny. Technically, it was, technically 2 resets. But, that's just a matter of my Firebot script actually uses a real bona fide timer. So, that means I actually have to get it right the first time, or it can be quite a pain to reset. Catching back up on chat. Keishay says on Discord that you sound like me. Yeah, I've gotten... if you're referring to me, then yeah. I've been told I sound like a few people. And that I have quite the... I guess we would call it a baritone voice. I'm not high-pitched or anything, just a bit baritone. I've got some low lows and some high highs without yelling into the mic. Fent says, are you at home? Day or night? I mean, it's daytime where I'm at. It's going to be evening in about a couple of hours. YHFR. I'm not sure what those acronyms mean, if someone would mind saying so. Is he your bro, Destructus? Mr. Shiny says I sound like a wonderful individual called Shiny. Indeed. I mean, you only sound like you, right? Destructus says you could... Oh, yeah. Destructus says you could say that about the highs and lows of life. Too true. I'm sorry. I'm going in 6 different directions. There's lots of people in here today. Speaking of, I'm really happy you guys are keeping me company. I really do appreciate that. I try my best to make... YH means yeah, and FR means for real. Yeah, for real. Okay. Yep. Got it. I could kind of parse the FR, but the YH was throwing me off. Very well. I appreciate that. I'll probably recognize that more in the future. So, give me just a moment, because I want to look over and make sure we've got all these caves, and we've got all the shrines and everything. And then after that, we can move into the depths. But in all seriousness, I really do appreciate the company today. It's nice to know that there are people out there that discover me every day, and here I am thinking that YouTube's, you know, discoverability is like not particularly all that great. Is that cave is the Gorambi River Cave? Yeah, okay, we do have that one. Good. Let's see. There are... That is the Raru Hillside Cave? Yep, okay, we do have that. And then this other cave over here. Oh, there's a well. There's a well here. We gotta move. Yeah, unless anyone is, yeah, I was about to say, if you guys aren't in the Netherlands, you certainly would not know Fent. Like, in person. Oh, and you're British. Nice. As you guys can probably tell, I'm from the States, and as an American, I would deeply like to apologize for our current government. I try not to bring that up, but I did not vote for our interesting individual. I'm having to be really evasive with those words. I did not vote him in. I'm kind of just an unwitting captive, unfortunately. Arwell is back here. Okay, cool. I just want to make it clear, like, I don't think I've ever felt shame being an American before, and I feel that shame now more than ever. I wonder if this is what being Russian feels like, where, I mean, maybe not quite as much, but the shame is there. Mr. Shiny says, yes, it's about time we explore the areas under the Eldin region more in depth. Oh yes, I have counters. I have a Korok counter underneath my camera and the jokes and puns counter, as well. Both Twitch and YouTube are more than welcome to, anytime I see a joke, you know, and I can be a dense individual. If anytime I see a joke or someone's like making a joke, I can put that on. I can, you know, I make an applause. I have 2 or 3 different applause tracks, and I'll put it onto the counter. Let me catch back up on YouTube here. I sound British? I'm glad you think so. What I have learned, and this took me a while to learn, was that I actually have something called a generalized American dialect, specifically a generalized American dialect 3 or 4. Oh, sorry. I think I muted the mic in time. I sneezed there. So sorry about that. Let's see what else. Destructus says, no offense, Coinscamp, but I do sound British. I mean, I do have another goodest to honest Englishman in here. Mr. Jason. Do I sound British to you? Could I be mistaken for a Brit? I'm just curious. I'm not trying to rag on anyone or make anyone feel uncomfortable. I'm asking. That's all. I'm curious. K-Shade says, I'm a C in Discord now. I got to go. Thank you so much for stopping by, K-Shade. I really do appreciate it. I hope to see you back sooner rather than later. Of course, do rest well, do be well, my senator and inductee. And if I don't see you around for whatever reason, you know, I do take care of yourself out there. And with that, I'm gonna catch back up on chat again, and then we'll try to keep it moving. Yeah, buddy, see it? Thank you, thank you. Destructus says, also, Mr. Shiny, it was definitely a my shiny golden egg kind of a joke. Yeah, if you guys like spinsters, I am truly blessed with an audience full of spinsters, jokesters, you know, puntastic individuals. You guys are gonna like the stream, I think. I am not the funny person, but I have you. I have you guys, my lovely audience, to make up for that. Alan says, I'm gonna guess you're from the Carolinas or somewhere around that. Good guess. I was born in South Carolina 33 years ago. I can definitely talk with a southern twang if I want to. I hope this maybe like scares the British sentiment out of you. But I'm more than capable of pulling a southern drawl. That's what that kind of dragged out, elongated vowel sounds are called. That's called a drawl. I have a couple. I guess I have a couple of other dialects I can pull off if I want to. Mr. Jason says, as for the question, I'm not entirely sure. Fair. I don't know. Since I do kind of sound British, I definitely don't think I have the, I don't have a Cockney accent. I think that's what that's called, right? Like, oi gov, something like that. That was a terrible Cockney, by the way. If anything, I probably have more of the Oxford's English sort of accent. I missed a big Mr. Jason message. Let me go back and try to find it. I missed one, a big one. Okay, let me scan for it. Oh, I think I found it. You let me know if I'm correct, Mr. Jason. To be honest, Mr. Coin, I didn't make it too difficult to fulfill our join. In one battle zone, you defeated 37 trainers, collected 5,350 prize medals, and that equated to 240,750 Poké Dollars. That is a lot of time, though. So it is just 5 battle zones with that result, and you've passed the SBC's requirement. Nice, nice. Alan says, I'm from Florida, which you can't get more southern than that. And you don't have a southern accent. Florida's special. Florida is special. Because there's like Cuban and Spanish heritage there as well. It's not the only thing, of course, but there's lots of other different heritages that result in other sorts of lingual dialects, which I think is really cool. Let me jump back over to YouTube. Destructive says fudge. It was supposed to say Mr. Shiny Golden Egg of a joke. Darn you, autocorrect. Curse you, Dinkelberg. That's what that makes me think of. Sorry. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. That, my fine friends, is the 5-minute commercial warning for the break. We do take breaks at the top of every hour. And for you guys on YouTube, I am sorry. This is mostly for Twitch people. It's to mitigate against pre-roll ads and everything that Twitch mints out. If I didn't have to do this, I wouldn't. I'd structure my stretch breaks a bit differently. But taking them at the top of the hour is kind of like a happy medium. There will be a timer up at the top left-hand corner of the screen. It lasts 3 minutes. Once that timer hits 0, I'm back at my desk, and we'll, pick back up for the last hour. And we can get all the light routes in that amount of time. I feel pretty confident about that. We have already taken care of all the major shilling during the first 2 hours, so we don't have any of that, like and subscribe stuff that I know people get tired of hearing. I know that gets annoying. I do really want to thank people for hanging out with me today. I really appreciate it. Your company means a lot to me. I just want you to know that. Mr. Jason says, I know one thing, Mr. Coin. Fulfilling my set requirements a bit easier in the post-game. Yeah, that's about what I figured. That makes a lot of sense. Mr. Shiny says, by the way, Mr. Coin, do you happen to have some goat butter in inventory? You're in luck, Mr. Shiny. I purchased loads of goat butter over the weekend, along with like cheese, wheat, sugar, and some vials of
it's beer.
some vials of Goron spice. Drop the butter on a dog? Sure. Bent asks me twice to make a car. Yeah, I will have to make one after commercial break, Fent. And then we'll get right to work on that. You can pick it up, of course, not the dog. Totally fair. All right, we're gonna hold this. Do you want me to drop it using Ultra Hand, Mr. Shiny, or do you want me to drop it on, you want me to drop it, with, like, the actual hold command? Oh, this is perfect. What? What? Did that broke me. Anything works. Fair enough. And, Fent, you are getting to be a bit pushy there, bud. I would really appreciate it if you tailored down the requests. I've already made note of your requests several times. And I do intend on doing it, but I need the time to make that happen. More than anything else. I promise. If you do keep being pushy, though, I will not hesitate to ban you. So act accordingly, please. Like, behave yourself. That's all I ask. That is the one warning. Mr. Jason says, I see you're going to compliment a dog soon. Buttering it up? I gotta try to, like, find these wells before, I really want to make sure I don't miss anything before the commercial break. Let me lock in. There's 5 in that shape. We are going for 100% playthrough, by the way, which is why I'm doing all this. If we weren't, I probably wouldn't waste the time, but 100% isn't going to happen by itself. That's that over there. We have that over there. The 100% also explains the Korok counter as well. I would definitely not have that on the screen if I didn't give 2 iotas about that. Promise. Because I know this is not the most fun part of the stream to watch. People want to see action. We have gotten all of the caves though, so we are good to move to the depth, and we will do that right now. Let me double check. Oh, right. I need to go handle the cage, but that can happen after the break. See you guys after the break. Thank you so very much. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Hope we enjoyed the different ambience for the all of 3 minutes that we have on that, because Mr. Fent has issued me a request. I am to make an actual car using monster cages, like an actual real bona fide car. Normally, I would say this is the type of thing that needs to be done on Twitch through the channel point rewards redemptions, but that's really unfair to the YouTube people. And there's no equivalent way for me to add that sort of feature without spending time I honestly don't have much of right now in streamer.bot to try to make something like that work. I'd have to make a currency system just for YouTube, like expressly for YouTube. Let me catch back up on chat. Let's see, there was an exchange here. I tend not to read exchanges between people, by the way, just to add that little modicum of privacy and stuff. And that's mostly for...
Grant me suck.
Thank you for that redemption, Mr. Shiny. Much appreciated. Don't go driving the car down a highway without a license, good sir. I don't intend on it. But thankfully, licenses are not a thing in Hyrule. We don't have to worry about any of that. Yeah, I also have funny soundboard things, on Twitch as well. All kinds of, 50 channel point cost, 50 channel point cost rewards just for making funny noises. Quote, I don't have favorite 50 point redemptions. Sadness, I know. It's something, I kind of just have to wait for YouTube to do its thing on that one. Oh, that was on Twitch. Still. YouTube doesn't have anything of the sort, which is sad. But I also get it. Adding that kind of infrastructure is hard to do. Like, the most we have, right? Hold on. Does this have a cage? Watch me not remember that this has a cage, right? Also, sorry if it seems to be pushy, but I hope you don't mind me sending animations to your Discord. No, I don't mind. Just put that in, I have a gallery on my Discord. Let me crack open the Discord real quick, just so it goes in the right place. Assuming you've joined the Discord, the onboarding should be free. No, I don't need to see an X post. Thank you, Twitter, but no. Yeah, so under the general hangouts category where the roundtable hold is, that's our general chat, by the way, there should be a category called clip channel. You could put that stuff in there. Like if it's any kind of like video animation. Of course, if you want it to be discussed, it could probably go in roundtable hold just fine if it's like 1 or 2 of something. But if you want like a place to post all of your animations, I recommend using the clip channel gallery, which I will probably be renaming it real soon, for this express reason. Aylin says you just subbed on YouTube. Awesome. Thank you so much for the subscription, Aylin. You're already enjoying all the benefits that come along with a YouTube subscription by virtue of being a Twitch follower, but I hope you enjoy them all the same anyway. I hope you have been enjoying them. I appreciate that, Destructus. It's just one of those security protocol type things. Putting it in the gallery gives me a chance to like see it. Not that you can post anything saucy in the first place, Discord does have, you know, it does have security features for a reason, but there are bots that slip by those systems all the time because AI is just that infectious. You're going to consume some liquid substance. Ah, yes. Hydrate, everyone. Oh, you animate Stickman tournament. Awesome. Oh, those are wholesome then. That's good. That's good. I'm not too worried then. I appreciate you mentioning that. Okay.
Elbows off the table. Don't slouch.
Very well, Mr. Shiny. I will redeem that. I will endeavor to keep a straight posture for 5 minutes. Thank you so much for that redemption. Let's goodness, I haven't had to sit straight in quite a while. This isn't gonna backfire whatsoever. Goodbye. And if we're lucky, he won't blow his horn. I need to keep these puff shrooms like super stacked. I have a whole bunch of like 5-minute rewards. Those are color-coded purple, by the way, for those that are on Twitch. Nice. No, I didn't want to grab that. Thank you, but no. I keep grabbing the broadsword that I keep wanting to drop. I will take this spike ball hammer. Oh, he's here. Aelin says, what's this? A monster encampment.
I shall place the sorting hat on your head, and you will be sorted into your houses.
Oh, I didn't think about what happens when people redeem multiple timers. Okay, give me a second to adjust these. And I'm gonna probably have to put labels by these timers now. Usually people redeem them one at a time. It's like right here. Try to think of a place I could put it. This has to be reasonable until I get it. Until I get this properly sorted. Should you do them all? One of them shuts me up for 5 minutes. So do that at your own peril. / loss of entertainment value. Okay, so the smaller timer, the one with 2 minutes, is the posture check. The 4-minute timer. I need to throw this puff shroom here. And the larger of the 2 timers is for the hats. And we'll free that lovely gentleman we saw in the cage earlier. I was about to freak the heck out. Let us sneak strike you and what? Video game. You're joking me. Oh, that's too funny. I love that. Thank you for the redemption, Mr. Shiny. Hey, look, Link has turned into smoke from Mortal Kombat. Mortal Kombat. Do. Insert classic Mortal Kombat sound. Now, I am an enjoyer of fighting games, although Mortal Kombat is not one of them. I have played Mortal Kombat as a teenager. My cousins would quite famously, or infamously in the family, be the proud owners of like Mortal Kombat 6 and like classic Nintendo 64 Mortal Kombat, and I would get my butt beat in a game like that. I know. Look, I'm a dinosaur when it comes to memes, okay? You know, the closest you're gonna hear me like acknowledge is like 6, 7. And if I didn't activate the middle schooler in everyone just now, you know, congratulations. You're like me, and you're like, what the heck? Why are children going 6, 7? Why? It's so stupid. But it's like the one meme that's been, I need to straighten my posture. I'm starting to slouch a bit. Aelin says, I know why. Oh. Go ahead. You saved me. Again. No, I'm grateful, really. Huh? You think there's something I might be missing? Let me think.
Oh.
Well, the biggest monster seems to be in charge. That's about it. But that doesn't get me any closer to understanding the blood moon. I'm sorry, I'm giggling like a... Maybe I am the middle schooler after all. I only knew of this really, like, horrendous meme from my real-life friend who's in college, and college students have started saying it unironically now. It's really annoying. Aelin says it's stupid. That's why. Shiny says, I would thrive in fighting games by using a secret tactic called mashing all the buttons possible. That would rustle my jimmies real good. I'm a Soul Calibur enthusiast, and I've gotten the button combinations down pretty good. I know my fundamentals. That type of stuff would be annoying me really, really hard. I get it. Not everyone is inclined at fighting games. I got it. Great. But button mashing and picking a character who really supports button mashing is... Oh, that is a frustrating time and a half. Destructive says, please never say the 6-7 meme again. Unfortunately, I had to say it in the sense of reading it, but it is really annoying. I gotcha. Destructive says, I'm not an adult, but I hate it. I've gotten that general impression that that other children seem to not like it. No worries about that. I would only ever really say, I've only said 6-7 to point it out. To point out the meme, right? And not anything more than that. I will not start saying it unironically. Aelin says, but for real, it's a video of a kid saying 6-7 during a basketball game. Wow. Jason says, children, Mr. Coin, did we at least verify that they're above the necessary age? YouTube has controls for that. Also, YouTube has been doing using AI to do that. There really aren't too many things, not too many things I can do without actually banning people. Like, that's my control, is if I find someone underage, I have to tell them otherwise. And for the record, legal age on YouTube, Twitch, Kick, and so on is 13. So no matter what, you can at least view safe for work materials on these platforms if you're 13 or older. Mr. Shiny says, when I was younger, we had Ugandan knuckles. I don't get the modern brain rot memes. It's TikTok. That's what it is. It's TikTok. TikTok making anything viral makes anything a meme. In any case, I'm saved again. Thanks. Again. You're welcome. On second thought, you deserve more than that. Here. No, that's not enough to properly convey my gratitude. Here. Well, fairy tonic is nice, do we know, do we? See, I'm familiar with... I know Ugandan knuckles. I didn't grow up with it, but I at least know it. I have peers that are young enough to be hip with that meme. Tonight is a waning crescent moon. The new moon will be here tomorrow. I must admit, it breaks my heart to say goodbye to each old moon. Well, you'll have to excuse me. It seems dangerous to stick around, don't you think? Yeah, I'll say. Okay, we've spent 15 minutes out of Fort, and we have 45 minutes left for light routes. Destructive says, oh great, that is why I'm not brain rotted, because I refuse to get TikTok. I know! That's just... So, did that cage disappear? It's fine, we have 2 more. Mr. Shiny says, I wouldn't download TikTok for the love of me. I have ADHD. TikTok would take a good few hours from me daily. See, us content creators probably have to, right? Many of us have Instagram where we can post like the same kind of slop, just, you know, on a program or on a platform with less heuristics. Okay, so these have like the bottoms. These have the bottoms like removed from them. So what I need to do is find some, like, use some kind of stabilizer. What I may need to do is like staple some cages on top of each other, one with the bottom facing out and another, but then how am I gonna get into it? Hold on, I gotta think about this a bit more if we're gonna make the car, right? Yeah, TikTok is, if you've noticed why YouTube has the shorts, right? YouTube shorts. It's the same deal. Twitch has Twitch stories. I think Kick, you can stream in vertical format. Like, everyone is on their phones. Everyone is watching from a phone, almost. It's where the views are really coming in from. Yeah, the brain rot is all on mobile platforms, all on vertical form videos. There's some great gems. MBT, Mauled Hound, you know, Chugga Conroy makes some great shorts sometimes. Nope, I do not. I want to be taken out. Wheels, not this. We're gonna take out, for this type, 2 wheels. It'll be the Prius of cars. How's that sound? Let me go back and catch up on YouTube. Destructus says I also have ADHD, but because of my ADHD and you have a feeling autism, that's pretty classic. It, like, neurospiciness is very comorbid. That is why I'm not understanding of new brain rotted slang. I have 5 or 6 friends that help keep me in the loop on that stuff. They're the only reason I know. Okay, spokes are out. Just gonna put this like so. And then we're going to do the same thing with this other wheel. I hope the car doesn't have to have 4 wheels. It might need to have 4 wheels. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, in 7 days on Thursday. Oh, I totally missed the previous message. I'm sorry. You've just caught an alpha Bulbasaur? Nice. Nice. And then you go on to say, in 7 days on Thursday, Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment will be unleashed. Wow. Released. I can't talk properly. I don't have ADHD, but I'm pretty sure I have ADD. Okay, it does have to be... it does have to be at the corners. That's fine. That's what I thought. And also, yes, thank you for the clarification. 4 wheels, like an actual real bona fide car. And I have to make sure the wheels are spinning right, which I guess that means this way. ADD is attention deficit disorder. ADHD would be attention hyper would be I know it's the hyperactivity version of that same disorder. Mr. Shiny says, yep, that's something out of reach for me, as I don't own a Switch 2 and won't for a good while. Wow. That's not good. I think our dreams of owning a cart are gonna go bye-bye while that's happening. 2 more wheels. Alan says I'm diagnosed ADHD, but you probably have a touch. Yeah, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. I was thinking correct. I should have followed my gut there. Mr. Jason says I have an Alpha Vaporeon, Alpha Flareon, Alpha Glaceon, and an Alpha Sylveon. Nice, nice. You almost got the whole motley crew. Original 6. Original 5 or 6. Because the 6 include Espeon and Umbreon. I think I've got it. Oh, I hope this doesn't, like, break. Well, Mr. Shiny says, well, it wouldn't have happened at a more shocking time. Yeah, so in other words, I have the attention deficit, and I don't have the hyperactivity, the manic episodes to go with it, which is what the hyperactivity is. The psychological term for that is mania. You have manic episodes. Yeah. I don't have the good fortune of being able to... One wheel is the wrong way? Thanks. Which one is it? In fact, 2 of them are the wrong way. No, one of them is. It's this one. It's this wheel. Of course it would be this wheel. Okay, cool. I can just snap this onto the corner. Got it. Now we can pull up the steering stick. Now, this car should have a roof, right? I'm not going to be able to put a complete roof on it because I need to be able to get in it. The cage is sealed from all but one side. But what I can do is make a covering or pull out a covering like that. And that will probably have to do. It's backwards? What do you mean? The arrow faces the wrong direction? Did I... Oh my god. Thanks for paying it. Thanks for that, guys. Eventually, yes. What should I use for this? This is the moment. That's my brain right now on scramble. Let's see. I should probably go ahead. Oh no. I'm carrying a metal bow. Yeah, I need to fix that. Thank you. Make sure we had a lot of messages. I need to read them all. Mr. Coin, in the nicest way possible.
Not only are you incompetent, but shameless to boot.
Too true. Thanks for that, Mr. Shiny. You've just asked a friend of yours if you would like an invite to the SBC in the most SBC way possible. I said, would you at least like an invite, Louise? I'm sure you will gather the 1 million Poke Dollars eventually. Mr. Jason says that was for the context of your message, not for what happened, but it fits. It could work both ways, can't it? Fent says it's backwards. Yeah, I appreciate that. Destructus says, I think you would be carrying the car rather than driving it. We're gonna find out. Last thing to do is to put on the steering stick. And we can come in here and attach it like so. Kind of like this. Okay, now we need to just take this puppy. I'm gonna hope this is correct. Actually, this wheel's a bit off. Oh, and the wheels are still backwards anyway. The wheels are still backwards anyway. I need to tilt this around. All right. Like that. Maybe we can... I'm wanting to make this design perfect. I already have to spend a lot of time on it. I might as well make sure it's up to snuff. I can see why people were saying I was probably going to be carrying the car, because the spokes were not actually set up properly. It actually has to be like this. They have to be on the sides of the cage. And just due to the sheer height of the wheel, it'll, And the steering stick is even on backwards. Wheels are pointed that way. The steering stick has to... What did I just unsnap? What did I unsnap? I unsnapped the steering stick. Okay, okay. Sorry, I'm being a complete spaz right now. Maybe like this. And last but not least, let's have this covering on correctly. He says while simultaneously not having it correct whatsoever. This is the last one, and we're gonna put that right here. Mr. Shiny says, one thing we could make excellent use of, a monster cage, using the monster cage as a carrier for items, weapons, monsters. Yeah, you could actually totally do that. I've seen people put Koroks in there, take them for a ride, or other stuff. Okay, we have our fancy schmancy monster cage car. Although, as it turns out, the steering has just gone totally awry. Okay, so what am I missing? Let me not push the stick. It's kind of hard to see in this thing, but this is a car. Okay, no, it was just the terrain. But it also topples over. Do we need like a stabilizer? Is that what would keep this thing kind of upright? Because it's wanting to, it's definitely wanting its weight to kind of all be in the front. You want 2 cages, Mr. Fent? Well, then I have a new problem for you. How am I supposed to get in the car? Let's take this back up. All the way up to the fortress. You want 2 cages. Oh, hold on. I think I see what you wanted me to make. Yep. You wanted me to... Well, no, there's still a problem. Again, how would I drive the car? I would have to, like... what am I thinking of here? You want a long car. Okay, so what you want is... I have to unstaple all this. You want the car to be... You want these 2 cages to be together. But again... How do you... You can't get in the car if you do this, right? It's basically... It almost feels like a hybrid of like a... No, I didn't want to do that. This feels like a hybrid of like a... And also I gotta take off all these wheels. I feel like I need to set up some sort of rigging to make this work, which I guess I could use 2 hoverstones to... actually need 3 hoverstones to make this work. Yeah, you know what? You're right. Not like this. I know. I need to get these cages onto stable ground so I can attach everything. And then we can, you know, remove the stones. Fence says not like that. Well, I'm not expressly sure what you mean. Do you have like a picture or schematic you could show me? To make this right? Because I can't drive. Oh, we can drive in the car. I need to put the stick in first. Is what's gotta happen. Let's see. Mr. Shiny says, I'm sorry, Mr. Jason says, also, Mr. Coin, at some point, I will add the ticket tool to the SBC, and then we can accept challenges via ticket. Take your time on that. You want the hole in the front. So you want to be able to get in the car like a car, is what I'm understanding. So you want this. You know, ignore the hover stones. You want this. With a way to ascend into the front. Mr. Shiny says people use a monster cage in combination with a shock emitter for an electric trap to an absolute shock of our adversaries. Nice. Also, this is stapled here. This needs to be stapled to the actual, like, thing. Okay. So now with that... so it's a box car. We're making a box car, everybody. And we want spokes like this. Let's just make sure they're facing the same way. I think this is definitely going to be jury-rigged for sure, but... like that. And we'll have like a bumper on the front to make a real car. Mr. Jason says, what about a two-cage car that's lifted up off the ground somewhere to where you can ascend into it? That's what I'm gonna have to do to actually start driving the car. If you know, we weren't doing this like open-faced car. Destructus asks, is it normal for a first-time player to defeat a silver Lionel in the depths without dying and doing it the first time? Yes, absolutely. That is something that can happen. Is it likely? It depends. If you're like a Breath of the Wild veteran, right? You know, I could definitely see that being a thing. Also, which way is this pointing? It is pointing the correct direction. Good. Otherwise, I guess if you understand the fundamentals of what the game is asking for, I think you can do that. But it's way more likely that you die. Even regular Lionels give people lots of trouble. Okay, now we just unfasten all of these stones and see where the actual, like, butt of the car sits, so I know what to do. Okay, let's lift the whole car. And now that we have the front half of the car, we can now do the back half of the car. We could literally staple it on and then it won't matter. Because right now these are offset. We have spent 20 minutes on this car. I hope it is worth it. Oh, that's still offset like crazy. It wants to be offset for some reason. Okay, I think what I have to do is like sit this so it's not leaning and then do it like this. Sorry for not being the most chatty during this. There we go. And now we can staple the wheels on. Mr. Shiny says, oh, that is directed at a specific person. A shiny alpha Mawile. Now that is funny. That's gonna be quite the spectacle. Okay, so this one has... Oh, I know what I need to do. I need to set this up so it's like this. And then we can use these spokes to get this onto the ground. Oh, these are still offset, gosh darn it. I hate this. The audience satisfaction will be worth it. That's all I'm gonna say about this. As a content creator, you know, venting about the car. I need to like... Okay, instead of using the stone, I think I need to set this up on a scaffold somewhere so I can actually do this. We're gonna have to speed run these light routes, ladies, gents, and non-binary people. That's exactly what we're gonna have to do. We're gonna have to speed run this. All right. Now, with the thing at a slant, once we put this actual back half of the car on, we should be good to go. We can take it back down and snap on the wheels. Nice and easy. And I'll save the design. Destructus says this has been fun. I thank you for accompanying me today, Destructus. Your company has been truly a pleasure. And with that, do rest well. Do be well, my lovely senator and inductee. I hope to see you again sooner rather than later, of course. But if I don't see you again for whatever reason, do take care of yourself and stay safe out there. And with that, we're going to finish building this blasted car so I can get on with my day. If people can't tell, Zonai devices are not, like, the thing I am the most enthused to be doing. Also, this is still off-center by ever so slightly. Still off-center. And I just unsnapped the front of the car. I just unsnapped the front of the car. Alright. Building a car is driving me nuts. I know there are people that enjoy this. Okay, maybe now that I know the orientation of the cages, maybe I could, like, stack them vertically so it's less of a problem. Let me get on top of the thing. There. Yeah, this is mostly just driving me nuts because this is a, you know, Ultra Hand is not the best at snapping, you know, perfectly straight. Like, it's always going to be off-center. Like, unless this rain stops. And spending half an hour making a car work is also not great for, you know, vibe retention. Me getting aggravated. It will probably at least get some views, though. Alright, get up there. Thank you. Okay, it's now perfectly straight on. If I can't get a car to snap on perfectly straight, or as close to straight as I'm probably gonna get, I'm gonna get mad. It always wants to do this. Okay, I think this is gonna have to be good enough. This is gonna have to be good enough, mostly because Coin is now annoyed. Coin has officially moved into being annoyed. Okay, did the spoke attach? Yes, but not properly. There's one. It's easier if I do this. If I actually jump up and down and rotate the car while keeping it on the scaffold there. That's going to be 10 times less aggravating for me. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm fine enough with, you know, building Zonai devices. My aggravation is not with building in general. It's more specifically with the car. The car, like, specifically doing it this way sucks. I'm just gonna come out and say it. It's awful. Might as well snap the stick while I'm up there. Alright, now let's bring the other two wheels over after spending half an hour. I'm gonna complain, but as long as I'm allowed to complain, this car is getting made. This is a great follow-up question I can ask people. Has anyone else done something and just complained, like, the whole time? And, you know, you're doing it, but you're complaining? This is me right now. Complaining with the car. But doing it because if I don't, I'll actually get really frustrated. And instead of, you know, doing it for the enjoyment of the audience, let me just scooch this over. You know, I'm going to be thinking about how annoyed I am at it. Did I snap that on straight? It looks like I did. But now I'm going to have to check and see if the wheels are actually touching the ground. That's like a whole different can of worms. Okay. We finally got the car. Are all the wheels on the ground? Yes. But they're running in parallel directions. So no, I actually didn't snap them on properly whatsoever. Are you serious? Oh, and I'm still snapping it on wrong anyway. Okay. Ah, this is just a complete mess. Okay, let me snap on two of them correctly. And then we will go from there. My goodness. I hate cars. I prefer planes over cars. Shiny says, doing the work I voluntarily did, it's essentially me doing it and say, why did I agree on doing this? Usually for me, right, they're like, you know, they're friends. And, you know, you're getting paid in food. In my case, I'm getting paid in views. I really need this wheel to, like, behave. God, this sucks. Oh. All right. Is it on top of the spoke? It looks like it. And I've snapped off the car again. Oh, you know what I could do? Is I could, like, snap on the individual halves. That seems really frustrating, Mr. Coin. Ah, the joke that is not made at my expense. Although I feel like it is made at my expense. You know? Not correct. It's wrong. Okay, snap this on. Snaps on at the bottom. Okay. Now we have to get these wheels snapped on. Even though the other wheels are also not snapped on correctly, I do feel like I need to, like, try to do this. And absolutely be miserable while I'm doing it. Alright. Get this turned over. stop rotating. Just stop moving. If you guys want is this rage bait? Can I call this rage bait? No. Okay. No rage bait then. Okay, the front wheels are facing the correct way. All of those big wheels keep spinning out of control. Yes. Like, that is absolutely the most frustrating thing about making cars so far is just, where's the wheel? Where's the fourth wheel? You know, I'm already a third wheel here between the viewers and the game. You know, just as is. I hate being a fourth wheel. All right. So, this goes this way. Yes, I know, Tire, if you'll just work with me, this will be over, and then I don't even have to worry about you. There. And no, it's not snapped on right. And I have to unsnap the wheel. This is definitely a, where is my emote for this? This is definitely a, one of these, for sure. I bet you're real tired of this, eh? There's just no turning back when your mind's a big tire rack. A. No. I am begging the game to do this. The spoke is on wrong. Why? Nintendo, stop making it like this. Why is it doing that? It might be okay. Grimaced mouth, grinning teeth. Just keep swimming, just keep swimming, just keep swimming. Insert Finding Nemo reference. Okay. What's the issue, Fent? Think I got it. I already have to go overtime now to make this work. And we can crouch in like so. You did ask for a long car, did you not? Except I do have to, like, climb out of the car. I should probably be ascending through it. Bumper gone? You want a forward-facing car with no bumper. So everything else, let me make sure I got this right, Fent. Everything correct, except for this. No, I do not want to grab that. I'm gonna have to deal with it like it is. So the steering stick and the other parts are fine. Cool. Okay. I am going to save this. I might make some tinkers with it in my own time. Should be able to unstick the steering stick and re-stick it on, and then I should be able to save this under an auto build, which I will do right now. Cool. I will probably put a bumper on this for my own tastes, though. Okay. We've finally got the car. God. Mr. Shiny says, imagine they say in the hindsight, I want the car to be a bit shorter. Well, Fent, you're going to have to give me some creative liberty on that one. I'm putting a bumper on it so that I could feel like I'm in an enclosed space. You want a gun in front? Well, do you want it, like, actually in front of the car? Or do you want it... You want it on the top of the car? Like, what are we talking about here? And as far as guns are concerned, I am taking out 2 cannons for this purpose. Oh, this needs to be on, you want it on top. Okay, that works for me. That should be not a problem. We're just gonna turn this right round. This really does remind me of a boxcar now that I'm putting it together. I have to get these on correct, or I'm gonna be blown up in my own car. And we might as well put this cannon a bit more far forward. I don't want to build any more cars. Can I say I don't want to build any more cars after this? I could say that, right? I mean, I can. I think people are gonna not be too upset if I say that. Okay. Except this cannon is lopsided. I agree, Mr. Shiny. We should probably do that. If we're gonna do this, let's do it right. Okay. Construct heads. 2 construct heads, which will go on the front. Let's staple on the construct heads first. This is probably going to be a huge, ghastly thing. It costs lots of battery power to sustain. Did I staple on the head correctly? No, of course not. Like this? Yeah, okay, just like that. And now we need to do the same thing for the other one. Look, a cool car! You've won a brand new car! Do-do-do, do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do-do-do. Mr. Shiny says, the way snapping accuracy works would make me snap easily. Yes. They would. It would make it thank goodness you aren't doing this on request, eh? Alright. So we now have to put the auto, we have to take this out of the auto builder. And now we have to put in this one. No, I don't want to build that. I want to set as favorite. All right, let's take this puppy for a test spin, shall we? We can now, I can kind of see where I'm going. Let's head... Oh god, I know there are some patrolling enemies out this way. We can go that way. I also like how Yunobo is technically in a place where I can use him, but in a place where I can't actually, like, activate him. Thank goodness this doesn't trigger on horses. Alright, here's some unwitting enemies right here. Complete with a stick that will probably get burnt to a crisp. There we go. One fantastic car, complete with all of the bells and whistles. I hope people are satisfied with that, because I'm not building any more cars today, ever. I will probably build something on request, but not much more than that. Okay. All that is done and dusted. You like the car? I'm happy you like the car. That's really important. Because if you didn't like the car, I was going to be absolutely livid with the amount of time we spent on this. Not gonna lie. That said, we are going to be going back into the depths. No, I'm not mad. Well, what I'm saying is I would have been upset if I went through all the work to do the test drive and everything, and then you somehow said, oh, I actually don't like the car. You're not saying that, Fent. You did say you liked the car, and I trust you mean that. I'm describing the what if. Like, I'm describing the alternative to you liking the car. That you perhaps didn't like the car. You know what I'm saying? Mr. Shaggy says, I will call it the ramming cage car. It rhymes with grug. You know what else rhymes with grug? Zug zug. Good. I'm glad we've come to an understanding on that. I'm happy you like the car. That's the important part. What is burning on me? It is a non-metallic weapon burning on me. I need to swap. Okay, good. Now, we can make a bona fide hover bike. You mean like me, Bow, or do you want Link to do that? Or I guess I'm not understanding what you're asking for, Fent. Grug. Ramming cage car. Grug. Was the non-rhyme supposed to be a point, Mr. Shiny? Just out of curiosity? Or, if it is rhyming with something, I guess I'm clearly missing it. It's a reference? Okay. I thought as much. That makes a lot of sense. Just gonna grab 6 of these. No, that is Sky. All right, let's quickly do these and get out of the way. You want some drink? Oh, well, if and you don't say, Mr. Fent. Remember to hydrate, everybody. Drink fluid. Now, I am drinking tea instead of water today, but, water is important. Make sure you have some. Now we can have a nice few relaxing minutes of grabbing light roots. Are you drinking cola, Mr. Fent? Is that what that's supposed to mean? Because I don't have any on-hand cola. I had to deal with a kidney infection recently, for those that perhaps don't know. So I'm trying to stay away from fizzy beverages right now. Mr. Jason says, I'm going to head off now, Mr. Coin, but as always, it has been a pleasure. Likewise, Mr. Jason, thank you so much for stopping by. I really appreciate the company. I'm glad you were able to enjoy your time today. Do rest well. Do be safe out there, my lovely senator and inductee. I hope to see you again sooner rather than later. But if I don't see you for whatever reason, do take care of yourself out there. And I'll map these depths in the on my own time, and I'll show you guys what I've found. Not only for time's sake, but also just that's how we've been doing the depth during the last few bouts we've been down here, is just we get the light roots. If there's anything like supremely major, we will of course look at it, but otherwise, absolutely not. Mr. Shiny says, sweet beverages, like cola tend to give me a sugar crash very easily. There are few fizzy beverages that I will, why is this like constantly wanting to go right? I don't quite understand. Whatever. It might just be due to like Link's own weighting. There are few fizzy beverages that I truly go out of my way to drink. One of them is Cheerwine. The other is probably Sprite. I try not to drink Coke or Pepsi unless they've got cherry in them, and then I'll drink. Mr. Jason says, oh, you'll certainly see me sooner rather than later, Mr. Coin. And 50% of the time, it'll be about the wonderful Lady Jacinth. Yup. Absolutely. Fence says I'm going to jail? What do you mean? Don't think you're headed off to jail anytime soon. Oh, you're going to bed. Blah, blah, blah. I can't talk either. Very well, Fent. Thank you so much for stopping by. You've truly given us a half hour or more of entertainment. For the masses, more so than myself. Do take care of yourself. Do rest well and be well, my lovely senator. I hope to see you back around sooner rather than later. But if not, you know, do take care of yourself and stay safe. Mr. Shiny says, well, jails have beds, usually. Too true. Those are usually cots, though. That's like a more specific type of bed. And thank you for the subscription, Fent. I do hope you enjoy all the benefits that come along with that subscription. Yeah, rest well, Mr. Fent. Yeah, I have a few family members that have spent time in the clinker, in the clink, unfortunately. And I know a fair bit about jail beds. Also, the daycare that I used to have had cots. They weren't like the flat press cot, but they did have like you know, wicker framing on them. They were really uncomfortable. They were hell uncomfortable. I am not headed the right way whatsoever. What's up, Mr. Jason? Still not headed the right way. Also, when I was in daycare, we took a field trip. We took a literal field trip to the county jail, you know, in upstate, in like the northern half of the U.S. We actually took a field trip to the local jail, and we spent time in one of the serrated cells. Mr. Jason says an NPC in Pokemon Legends Z-A just said Pokemon battles are nuanced. You can't just win all the time with strong attacks. I agree. You also need level 100 Pokemon, like mine. Kappa. Indeed. I'm feeling pretty fatigued. Can I say that the car took a lot out of me? The car took an incredible amount out of me. What can I say? I don't know why. It's different, and I should say that building the car was a different frustration than Elden Ring, right? I've told you guys I'm an off-again, on-again challenge runner for Elden Ring Reforged. So, Soulsborne titles are like almost my secondary bread and butter here on the channel. I quite enjoy them. The frustration I deal with those is very different compared to things not mechanically working, right? I'm used to unfair bosses and like clunky combat mechanics. I'm used to that. And if I can get behind the rest of the clunk or the things that I don't like about the title, then you know, I can still enjoy a good Souls-like. Let's go ahead and keep eating. We got quite a few more light roots to find before we can call it good for today. Dark Souls, Sekiro, I've dealt with a lot. I'm talking like I'm some grizzled, hardened warrior, which I guess in a way I am. Sorry for like the ear-scrapingly bad impression, by the way. I was just trying to be funny. I'm capable of that. Building the car was... It highlights the frustrations I have with Ultra Hand, where, you know, you can tell there's a grid-based system for how it works and how everything pretty much operates on a grid. So you can only but make the divisions of distance or movement, but so fine on a grid when it comes to snapping objects. And it's just very frustrating. I want to be headed toward the green pin. I've been practicing rolling my R's. Can you tell? I'm sorry, and I'm doing the typical content creator thing of apparently laughing entirely too much. Some of that is probably also a autism thing, but it's whatever, honestly. Oh, I can see it. It's literally right up there. Good thing I've done farming. I need to farm some ore, but other than that, I mean, I say though I have like close to 700. I have like 710 zonite. I shouldn't need to farm for a while. I'm probably gonna farm anyway, just for safety reasons. Today's episode's been wild. I really do hope you guys liked the commentary and the gameplay. I work hard on trying to entertain people. I'm certainly not the best at it, right? Like there's a reason why Iron Mouse has millions of subscribers or millions of followers on Twitch. There's a reason why Kai Cenat has lots of subscribers and viewers and such. There's a reason why the people that are at the top are at the top. Some of it is luck, to be sure, but a lot more of it, you know, is, you know, being just a more entertaining person. But I think my own brand of entertainment is that, you know, I'm willing to talk about the deep stuff with people. You know, history, the sciences, religion, politics, philosophy. But more than that, you know, I want to be a space where people can come in and talk about what's bothering them. Too many streams have you know, toxic positivity in their brand. It's like, oh, we can't talk about this word or that word. And of course, you know, there are also government laws you have to pay attention to where it's like, oh, you can't talk about this word or that word or there's a problem. You know, like the government breathing down your neck. But at the same time, I like that I've cultivated, I like to think I've cultivated a space where people can talk about anything that's bothering them within reason. You know, don't violate terms of service, don't be an ist, don't be a phobe, none of that stuff. None of the isms, don't be any of those if you can help it. But and, you know, don't actually commit crimes on the platform. But if people are willing to follow the absolute bare bone basics that don't, you know, result in them getting an immediate ban on the platform, right? Then I am, you know, totally and utterly willing to entertain most other things. I don't care if you're left or right politically. I don't care if you're a libertarian or you're more authoritative. I don't care. Oh, is there gonna be... Are Froxes gonna be down here? This looks like the arena for a Frox. Yep, there's a Frox. Cool. Just gonna let it be down there. This thing can and will get you out of the sky, too. You gotta really just stay well out of its field of vision. Oh, for Froc's sake. I'm gonna collide if I'm not paying attention. Let me not do that. Why? It can't be Unobo. Unobo should have no weight. It's gotta be like the way the Bright Plume seats are positioned. This is bothering me. This, like, I don't think I have rightward, you know, Joy-Con drift or anything. Just gonna grab that up. And for what it's worth, if something happens to me tomorrow, right? Let's say something happens to me. You know, storm happens, wipes out my computer equipment. Or something else. I want you guys to truly know that making content for you has been a real pleasure. I've enjoyed the work that I've done and that we've done on this series together. That it's not just... you know, it's not just me rambling at the screen talking at you. You know, yeah, I'm doing some of that because that's what a Let's Play is. Especially the one that I'm trying to pull off, right? But... Okay, we've already got that one. What else are we missing? I think that's the last one. Yeah, because that's the travel medallion. Light route, light route. We already have that one. Yeah. I think we actually... That's the last one. We're good after that. Welcome back, Fent. I take it you couldn't sleep. Just curious, of course. Oh, you're on mobile. Gotcha. So you must be lying in bed then. That's cool. Yeah, I should watch more streams on mobile. At least I would be networking then. Kind of stinks. I haven't been doing a lot of that lately, networking. And I know I'm about to engage in the no-no of talking about meta stuff, but can I just say that, oh, is this like up above? Like, where's the opening for this? Oh, it's like over here. Okay. You know, I've developed more of my audience without doing that. I've had more people just find me through searching on the web rather than campaigning in people's streams or, and by campaign, I mean, by campaigning, I mean, you know, if it's permissible for me to, you know, talk about my stream in their chat, then I do that, you know, when it's prompted. Otherwise, I don't do anything. I say nothing. I, like, tap dance around it with phrases and things. Okay. That, my fine friends, is the last light route. Fent asks to look at my room. I think I can oblige that. Here you go. Here's my office. It's not a bedroom. I don't stream in my bedroom, not anymore. I've tried not to do that for a long time. The only reason I streamed with a trundle bed in the back a couple of years ago is because I had someone else living in the house and they needed the spare bedroom, so I had to sleep in my office. I am more than happy to have it out of here. Wow, yeah, I know. Holy cables Batman, right? I got all kinds of cables running around this way and that way. A lot of it is just I have to move the lights around for recording purposes. Like, I'm shifted to the left or to your right on the camera. So I'm like, when I'm doing the vlogs, I'm actually in front of my screen, staring straight on. I'm not, I'm not streaming at a catty corner angle, like right here. Here I'm between two screens. When I'm doing the vlogs, there's no such thing. And so the cables are a bit tidier during that. But I appreciate your regard for my safety, Mr. Shiny. I will be careful with that. It's too easy for me to trip over them or, pull on something and like snag a cable and suddenly I'm out of internet for the streaming computer. Fent says it's clean. Yes. I work hard to keep my office this way. I need to sweep the floor, but it is at least clean and free of most objects. My fine friends, senators, inductees, and other visitors, my name is Coinstamp, and this has been another episode of The Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom. We are going to wrap up stream for today. I'm already late, so I probably need to head out and see if food is being cooked and other stuff. I also just need to take a break for my legs. You guys have been a real treat. Even with the car, you guys have been a real blast. I will be back tomorrow at 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. For those that are just new here, if you're on my Discord, let me go ahead and send that out real quick. There are two ways to look at my schedule. Either on my Discord, there is a literal tab called Calendar in the content resources, or in the content category. Look at that. I've projected out my schedule 14 days in advance in the Discord server itself. Alternatively, inside that same Discord, under content resources, is a Google Calendar invite link. That's what the calendar in the calendar tab is based off of. They're literally connected. You can just look at the Google Calendar itself. You could set it up on your phone and everything. I have like a 10-minute alert or warning before I go live. Because YouTube and Twitch are not always the most reliable ways to detect when I'm going live. It's much easier if you use that Discord. I update that schedule religiously. They're usually 90% of the time it's accurate. Yeah, I'm about to not be live anymore, Fent. That is correct. Do stay safe. Do take care of yourselves out there, my lovely senators and inductees. You're welcome in my hallowed halls anytime. I'll see you guys next time. Do stay safe out there. And with that, goodbye.